that's not what he was saying over and over and over and over again. You can't kill me, I'll be back! Even if you kill me, I'll be back!
I'll be back.
Strike me down, and I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
Oh god.
Well, that's where we leave things. And so now we return to the grand city of splendors, Waterdeep, the northern edge of the Sword Coast, the western side of the great continent of Faerun. Well, what happens next is, once again, firmly in our hands. Waterdeep is a city that we have made our own. We are more or less irresistible within the confines of this wall. We've managed, in fact, to depose some extremely powerful institutions by our actions, and yet we still walk around here with near impunity. It's quite clear that Waterdeep is ours, and we are just the jewels in the crown. Same cannot be said for places beyond the walls. Some of us once called Daggerford home, less than 150 miles down the road, the closest satellite town of Waterdeep, though with a population of quite literally no more than about 1,200. Daggerford really does punch above its weight in terms of influence. There aren't, in most parts of Faerun, 1,200 people makes you little more than a large village. But because of Daggerford's strategic location, proximity to Waterdeep, it is a place of surprising amount of influence that attracts a surprising amount of influential people. Among them, Sanja's families, perhaps some of the most famous Vidalcan on the Sword Coast. We have an intention to go and see the Castellantas personally, although we have some inkling that they are not who they say they are. In spite of this complexity, we still plan to go and pay their manor a visit, particularly on the Harvest Festival, which is coming up at the end of the month, and a perfect opportunity for you to infiltrate the place, because they will be opening their doors to roughly 100 souls, unfortunate souls, as well as a few nobility and others as well. It's basically a chance for the wealthy and powerful to mix with the opposite end of the scale, see how the other half live, rub shoulders with the muck dwellers, and in doing so, be virtuous somehow, because in the mind of a rich person, simply tolerating the presence of the poor is considered virtuous.
So, I believe it is currently the 18th of Marpanoth.
Sounds like you've got a better idea than me.
What date do you want to set that for?
The 30th.
The 30th, so we've
which
got
is
12,
Halloween.
12 days.
It's it's not called Halloween, but it's a festival. Is it? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, but I think it's during a different month.
Oh, is it? Right. Well, this is like a superstitious festival of a time when the borders between the ghost world and our own world are thin.
So I think we start off in Colat Towers, is that right? We're still here, from what I recall.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's have a look.
Well, that was fun, guys. Keep that death, that's us. Yeah.
Yes,
Keviax admiring his shiny new sword.
Keviak, I must admit, you're a nutcase. But, well done.
but he's
When
out
they
on
get
that
me
case.
blood up, boss, me blood's up.
Something I don't think
Sometimes I just can't help myself.
I don't think I'll ever understand, but I'm grateful. Give you the tip.
Congratulating him, but he would have been death in that chatter if I hadn't polymorphed him.
Lucius, I know. I don't have to say that to you. You understand already.
I still love you. Me and Keviak, we
I
broke up
had
long
him.
ago. Okay, we broke up long ago.
You saw him stab me right through the chest and I still lived. I had him, motherfucker.
Well, that's, I suppose you could say, a major issue out of the way.
Mm.
Should we discuss what our plans are now? We've got just over 10 days before we need to be ready for this Castellanta dinner.
Flash forge, flash forge, flash forge.
I have no idea where that is. It's an undermountain, I think. Right? Deep.
Probably.
You're the smart ones of the group. I mean,
Thank you.
I believe we discussed this last time. You said that you believed it to be somewhere in Undermountain.
I think it is, yeah.
I don't believe I've been there myself.
Wasn't the plan to deal with the Castellantas, though, seeing as they were bankrolling half the operations here in the city?
It is, and I think our best opportunity for that is to deal with them during this event they're hosting on the 30th. But we've still got 12 days before then. We can, I'd say, either lay low and prepare for that, or we can try and figure out what's happening in Daggerford. I mean, we're not going to be able to solve that here in Waterdeep.
It would be nice to not have to hide when I walk the streets.
That's what I mean, Zevram. The Open Lord said she can't do anything about it, so I think we're going to have to go to Daggerford.
It's fine with me. We have 12 days until the dinner.
But what's the plan? When we reach Daggerford, do we just confront the Duchess?
We should. I feel as though our best plan might be to get a better scope of what's actually happening in the city, in the town. Do we know of anybody that we can contact? Anyone that is our friend or a friendly acquaintance, at least? Any of the generals, or not the generals, but the fighting men that we fought alongside with at the way in. Do we remember any of their names? Can we contact anyone that might be sympathetic to us? The only people I can think of are my parents, and I have no idea where they are. They're not exactly in a position to help us.
There was that dwarf from the inn, the halfway inn.
Mm.
Perhaps he might be able to get us a way in. Or well, no, you have a teleportation circle to your father's tower, don't you?
Yes, I can get us to the tower, but I am unsure of the tower's condition, or whoever's occupying it now that he's not there.
It can't be any worse than having a beholder on the other side.
It could be much worse, Zevram.
Lucius, are you able to perhaps scry on the tower? Do you have that spell?
Yes, I can do that.
Maybe we can do that. We can get eyes on where we're going to end up arriving, just to make sure that it's safe and secure.
What do you mean scry on the tower?
There is a way in which you can, I suppose you can look ahead, you can look elsewhere, you can, provided you have a focus, you can witness, observe, see what's happening. It could be a person, it could be a location.
You can perv on people.
I suppose if you
Why is that the first thing his mind goes to?
Well, if you wanted to, yes, you could.
Have you been perving on me?
Well, I can't say that I have.
Lucius is just going to put his head in his hands and start shaking his head like...
I could show you my spell book, Lucius. I don't even have Zevram. I don't even have the spell, so I couldn't possibly be doing that to you.
Oh, Zevram, mate. And I pat him on the back. We all have.
Oh, well, I'm flattered.
He's throwing accusations like this, but you just need to take one look at that ring he's got in his finger and know who's who.
I've not used this thing for any distasteful things.
Right.
So, how about this then? An interesting thought. If we can get into the tower, my father's tower, and provided that the tower is abandoned or at the very least empty, we might be able to get to the tower, secure it, lock it down, and then begin to operate from within the tower in the middle of Daggerford, kind of under the nose of whoever's whoever's behind all of this.
That's possible. I mean, we don't want to be facing off and fighting
No.
Lord's Alliance troops, though. If there's some kind of deception involved, we should work that out. It's not exactly like facing off against the Zentarum. I mean, mind you, if the Zentarum have taken over the town, I have no issue forcing them out, but I don't want us to be facing against the militia as such.
No, of course not.
Which is entirely possible if the Duchess does brand us all as criminals.
Alright.
Seems like she's done that to Zevram already.
Yes, which is why we need to be careful. In Waterdeep we can avoid issues like this, but I feel like if we show up in Daggerford, it won't just be Zevram that gets targeted. She'll have a lot more power in her own city.
Yes, yes.
Well, I mean, she has no quarry with me. You could probably use that.
Yeah, nor do I think, would she have quarry with us if we were to just walk into Daggerford? I mean, Zevram aside, obviously. Zevram's wanted.
Well, she set Zevram up on these matters, but she set him up with false charges. Obviously, she has an excuse with Zevram. She doesn't have an excuse as it stands with the rest of us, but if we just walk into Daggerford, what's to say she won't accuse us of something that we can't defend ourselves against?
Yeah, exactly. It's well within her right, I suppose, well within her power to do that. And her word is law there, so...
I think we just need to disguise ourselves, so we're not recognized.
That is what I was thinking.
Mhm.
Just quickly, before we go on, we leveled up last session, didn't we?
We did.
Indeed.
So, yeah, Trevor, we're level 12, and I need to pick my spells, because I forgot to
Well, that is some good news.
I think Sanj, you picked Seeming.
I
didn't
did,
you?
I did. So I've picked Seeming, but if I use Seeming today, I can't get us there. We'll have to go tomorrow. Because I've already... Last session began with me teleporting into Colat Towers. So I've already used one of my 2 teleports.
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'll scry probably today, and then we'll go tomorrow, I think. on the
Okay, sure,
19th.
alright. But yeah, I have Seeming, so I'm happy to use that. I'm planning on transcribing Alter Self from Manchurian Spellbook too. So I can alter myself, I can change us all.
What was the other one you took? Seeming and...
I took True Seeing as well.
Okay.
Just because of those fucking starts.
Have you rested since
Yeah.
all this went down?
We have.
Yeah.
I think it's a new day.
We've long rested once since we took the tower,
Alright.
so...
What was your rule with rolling hit dice again? You could roll it twice and
Roll twice, reroll once, I think.
interesting.
Yeah, I've gotten so used to doing it that way that now we're doing it the normal way in Baldur's Gate Avernus, and it just seems so powerless. Like I cringe whenever people roll a 1 or a 2. I feel sorry for them.
Alright, so I believe I'm a D10 as a fighter. Please don't hurt me,
you can
game.
just roll your hit dice, that'll calculate the exact value.
I think rolling hit dice is worth it for more some classes than it is.
Well, I got the
others.
average anyway, so there you go.
Like for a wizard, it's not worth rolling.
Yeah,
HP
definitely.
usually.
No. You've only got a 25% chance of getting more than you would, and you've got a 50% chance of with a wizard.
Man,
Whereas
I've
for
been
say a
rolling,
barbarian,
like-
the fractions are much lower.
Very average for my hit die by the time. That's a 9.
Don't forget to add your con.
Yeah, I've just added it, so I get 9 from that 6. And what happens to me at level 12? Let's find out.
So I guess today we should do our best to prepare for going into Daggerford then, right? Like that's.
We're going to start today by getting Anvil to D100.
Oh. That's me, guys.
It's me! Murray, that's me!
I get an
So-
ability score improvement at level 12. Ooh.
Alright,
Do you know, as a fighter, I dead set forgot that I have Action Surge.
Yeah,
that sucks.
you totally do.
Pretty Action Surge and Second Wind are pretty good.
I've been like totally focusing on the fact that I'm a rune knight and trying to figure out like making sure I'm using my runes that are dead. That I just forgot that I can Action Surge whenever the fuck I want. Great times, guys. Great times.
You still only get one use of it, right?
Yeah.
There should be a subclass out
What do you
there
reckon,
that
boys? Do we want my
focuses on it.
intelligence to be 20 or my con to be 18?
It's whatever you want, I suppose. Whatever.
Or
you
should I
want.
take a
18
cute little
in
feat?
intelligence already?
Yeah.
Damn.
Remember, fighters get a lot of ASIs.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, does Rune Knight really rely on DCs? It's more like self-buffing, isn't it?
It's got some crap to it. Oh, it's my reaction to boost your AC is based on my intelligence.
Is your intelligence 17 right now?
It's 18 it's
Eight-
18
it's
at the
eight-
moment.
18 intelligence dwarf. Yeah, that would. I mean, I'm not being racist, but that probably makes you the smartest dwarf in Waterdeep.
Smart boy, you know. It's hell weird, like with this class, my none of my proficiencies are like, so I have like all of my stuff is like wisdom based, my proficiencies, and so I just get the 4 because my wisdom is 10.
I look at the character in a whole new way now. I know that he's like.
Yeah, I'm not a dummy.
No.
Standard.
No, you know, like your understanding of geometry and trigonometry, like that, like you're a rune priest, right? Well, that's cool, but you'd understand all of the astrological significance of the runes and the amount of pressure to apply to different materials based on their hardness and on the hardness scale, and all these sort of alchemical, neo-scientific principles. They'd be second nature to someone of your intellect. You know, like you're not quite up there with Stephen Hawking and Albert Einstein, but you're pushing it. You know?
Oh, but I could be with this ability score.
And you could be. That's right. You could be a Carl
I'll just
Sagan.
take I feel like more health would be beneficial to myself. So let's make that 18.
Like,
So that means I get 12 more HP, right? That's how that works?
Yeah, it's retroactive.
whoops. It makes a big difference.
So what are we doing, lads? Go Daggerford Tower?
Yeah. Well, is that 48 on the D100 significant?
It absolutely is, but apparently it's already come up before. So I guess it gets skipped over again, but I will at least remind you what it is. Apparently, JB never was hoping that you had something useful for fighting an entire guild of wizards within their own tower. Has that actually come up?
No, it has
Nope.
not.
I didn't think so. Okay, so like it's highlighted that it did, but maybe you've met him and the conversation never matured. That might have been what happened, but I don't know. Anyway, we'll do it now. So a dwarf rocks around to Troll Skull. I guess no one's home, and so I guess it goes nowhere. Is there any way that an important person like JB Nevercott rocking up at your pub? Was there any way that they could get a message to you, or does this simply go without you ever noticing it happening?
He could leave a message with Ash, who's next door in the herb garden place.
Also, he keeps spellcasters in his retinue, right? He might
Yeah.
just be able to send a message.
Yeah, he would be able to do it that way, but it's not his style. It would seem like it's a little bit informal, a little bit impolite to just sort of knock on.
And
You
he
knock on
can't
someone's door,
sexually harass you.
something
Cool.
like that.
Very
Yeah, he
bad.
can't get in your face, and yeah, there's a lot more that can be learned face to face than can be by messaging. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just a bit not really what the way he wants to do it. So he'd go around to Troll Skull. No one's home, but the business is operating. He'd tip his hat. They'd recognise who it is. Do you have some sort of system in place for passing on messages? I guess not. I guess not.
Okay, I don't think so, no.
I guess not. The next time you go back to Troll Skull, whoever, I can't even remember who your bartender is actually.
Z.
Z.
The changeling.
Z. Perfect. So Z, there's no one better at collecting information than Z. And so Z will pass on the information to you that JB Nevercott dropped around and he was looking for a favour. Now I don't think he's ever asked for a favour that I can remember before. But anyway, he's come looking for a favour. He wants to know if you guys have anything that would be useful, as I said, for fighting an entire tower of wizards within their own tower. Like, it's just a sort of theoretical question. Maybe he wouldn't have dropped it around and done it so obviously like that. But again, Z's not an idiot. So perhaps it went like this. Perhaps JB Nevercott's rocked up at the establishment in howdy, places looking marvelous. Do you still display your Jarlaxle statue?
It's probably not on display, but we've kept it. We do have it still.
He's disappointed. He doesn't see it. He doesn't mention it, but it hurts. Not much hurts JB Nevercott, but you've just heard him. So anyway, he goes up to the bar and he's talking casually, has a double, the best whiskey you've got, pretends that it's nice, but really thinks that it's probably not that great. He talks to the bartender, Z, and just puts it to Z if Z has any sort of ideas on how theoretically someone might, take on an entire guild of wizards in their own wizard tower.
Asking for a friend,
Asking for a friend. That's right.
I feel
So,
like Z's answer would just be, look like the wizards and infiltrate.
Be mighty lot easier if I had some real wizards. That'd pull off the illusion so much better, don't you think? And I guess that's all that really is left. After a few minutes, you're unable to capitalize on exactly what he's going for, what he's going to, but Z's no fool. And there we have it. You won't find that out, perhaps, until you return to Troll Skull.
Well, with the Zentarum out of the city, we'd probably check in the next day. Because, in the city, what kind of threats do we have left? We ought to be careful with Zevram so he doesn't get arrested, but...
There's still, it's not necessarily in the city, but it's still close. There's, still the Dwergar that I'm sort of keeping in mind, purely because of how things went down in the lost level. I know,
Yeah.
I don't ever think it got out that we were responsible, but I have a feeling that may have changed since. So it's something to keep in mind. But otherwise...
Did we receive news from Skullport last week?
I don't think so.
I don't think we did.
Well, yeah, so I'm assuming that we'd go back, check on the tavern. At least Lucius would probably want to secretly be quiet about it, but still do it now that the Zentarum are dealt with. Because the main concern was Lucius didn't want the tavern being burnt down as collateral in the middle of some fireball battle between himself, Sanj, and Manchun.
And if you consider the Zentaran to be your greatest threat, and if you also consider them to be a spent force now, then there's no reason necessarily why you should, try to keep your loved ones safe, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, that tavern's worth a heap of money.
Didn't we just start this session by saying that Waterdeep was out?
Yeah. So yeah, we'll go back and check in, and if we get that information, we'll see if Zevram wants to organize a meetup with him. We've got just over a 10-day before the Castellanta thing, so
Sorry, I missed that. I made up with who?
JB. Like, we'll see
Yeah.
if Zevram is interested, because I mean, it's nice guy and everything, but it's dark elf business. And I think Zevram's had more of a connection with him than Adrastia.
I'd probably go to meet him at some point, but I feel a little wary about traveling the streets right now.
Yes. Best I don't meet with him as well, unless we'll probably end up fighting him. From what I've heard about CB.
I'll go see him, guys. You just tell me what to say.
I'm more than happy to give us like a seeming a day while we're in Waterdeep if it makes us more comfortable.
How long does it last for?
It's 8 hours. 8 hours, no concentration.
Well, I can.
Well,
go meet him.
I'll just cast sending to him, saying that we can meet with him. Ask him to reply with a time and place.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Alright, yeah, I'll cast sending to Jalaxel. We might be able to help you meeting time and place.
How about Troll Skull after hours?
Yeah, and we'll just wait for him there.
When you don't reply, he assumes that it's a goer. Alright.
Arctic, can I spend, while we're in Trollskull waiting for him to arrive, can I transcribe Alter Self to my spellbook? From Manshoons?
Yeah, absolutely. It only takes a couple of hours, doesn't it?
That's right, yeah. And it's a transmutation spell too, so it's halved. Again.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Fucking everything's transmutation.
It's the only way to be.
No, nothing's ever abjuration. Thanks, Zevram.
My mistake.
So, I have an important question to run by Sanj quickly. So,
What's up?
for one of my spells, I am thinking between Magic Jar and Contingency.
Okay.
Magic Jar would be incredible. You know what the spell does, don't you?
Magic Jar, is that the one where you
Possess creatures.
Yeah, your soul leaves your body, but it's a limited range, isn't it?
So basically, your soul leaves your body and goes into a jar, and then that jar can then possess any creature that's within 100 feet of it. So
Right.
I could have my homunculus take it to someone and possess them from the jar, and take over them for a while.
That's very evil sounding.
You mean I'm sorry, let me make sure I'm getting this right. You mean to say the homunculized soul?
No, it would be Lucius.
Right.
The homunculus would just carry the jar around.
I see. My initial reaction is that's incredibly dangerous. But I also know what diviners are capable of, so I don't know, it's a good spell, but what was the other contingency?
Yeah. Actually, I was thinking that sounds like a good, but it only works on humanoids. That's a bit of a limiting factor because you can't do it to a dragon or something.
I think
how awful.
I think contingency gives you, well, you've got kind of like an ace in a hole with contingency, whereas the other one is like combined with your portents, you can do some, like, you can seriously infiltrate or really fuck someone's day up. So I think both are good, but just depends on what you're applying them to. Yeah, it's kind of where I sit with it. It's tough. It's a tough pick. I think I'd personally take the contingency, but it's obviously up to you.
As the smartest dwarf in all of Waterdeep.
He is. It's
Contingency.
He
confirmed.
is. He
Yes.
definitely is.
He's fucking got. He's got an IQ ticket right here. He says that he's a member of Mensa.
Contingency sounds dope. Magic Jar sounds evil as fuck.
I mean, have you missed the bit where Sanj uses Soul Cage just about every session now?
We don't
Well,
do
I
You
mean,
just
it
did where
every
he's the
yeah,
most
session.
intelligent dwarf in
I
Waterdeep.
don't think I've been there when he's done that, so you know, I don't think.
Every session. That
All
was
right,
one time at band camp.
One time at band camp, I stole someone's soul. Just
Hang on, let me see the pricing that for buying spells that you pinned in the other Discord. I might just learn one and buy the other. Yeah, I'll learn contingency and I'll buy Magic Jar secretly later on. Thans have got a good 10% deal going with us for platinum buyers.
I like to think we've got platinum membership cards.
absolutely.
Cool.
Chips of platinum with like a skull with glowing eyes on it or something.
Mm.
While you're waiting during the day, you get the postman. The postman comes by. He knocks on the door, and it is mail not for Troll Skull, but actually for one Master Sanj of Daggerford.
Oh. For me, okay. I'll kind of glance the envelope over. Any like wax seals, signatures, any return letterboxes?
Two envelopes, actually.
Oh.
Two envelopes. One of them is a handwritten from someone that you know. She worked in the kitchens. You didn't know her particularly well, but she made you sandwiches while you were towards the end of your adolescence. That you were not quite a man by then. You hooked up with the Zentarum, those sort of years. The other one is from the Waterdavian government.
Oh.
I don't know if it has the department on it, but you might be able to tell the department perhaps by a history check or something like that.
Sure. I'll have a crack at that. Yeah. I'm curious if
Yeah.
I'm receiving letters from that. Oh yeah.
It's come from the Temple of Kellumbor,
Killambor.
the morgue.
Oh. Alright, well I'll start with that one.
All right. It is the death certificate of, well, the girl who wrote the other letter.
I see. Alright.
She was slain by kobolds and goblins while traveling between Daggerford and Waterdeep quite recently. Within maybe about a bit over a month ago, and they've tried to send the letter to like her next of kin, and it keeps bouncing, and ultimately it ends up in you, since you were the son of her employer, and that's you get the death certificate.
Okay, sure. Poor girl.
Yeah. So she was according to the report, she was travelling between Daggerford and Waterdeep. She was escorted. They were jumped by kobolds and goblins at the same time. The escorts managed to slay the beasts or drive them off, but unfortunately,
Yeah, too late.
their
Okay.
charge was slain.
Okay. And I shall open her letter then as well.
The other one is a thank you note. Her name's Akadi, by the way, this
Akadi,
kitchen girl.
Sure.
And she's just thanking you for your kindness and your family's kindness. And she's also really excited about the job that you've offered her at Troll Skull. And she promises that she's not going to let you down.
Any hidden code? Any certain hidden messages?
Perhaps make an insight check.
Yeah, like every third letter is capitalized or something like that.
God, I hate it when people speak with capitals at the beginning of each word.
It's the genuine enthusiasm of someone who is trying to be professional, barely contain their excitement.
I see.
She's been working in the kitchens of, well, you're not nobles, but you are important people within Daggerford, and it's a pretty good job. But this, being like working in the kitchens in a tavern so famous that you can read about it in the newspaper, that's a career.
Right. I'm going to ask Z while I'm at the bar. Z, how often have you seen me come through Trollskull Manor in the last month?
They're pretty clever person. They seem to remember each and every time that you've been here, which is better than I can say that I do.
Yeah.
Not to mention that Z's a changeling and probably knows exactly what you're asking.
Yeah, like I'm just,
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Yeah.
I'm wondering there has a clone or someone impersonating me stopped by is basically like the nature of my question.
Z doesn't think so, and Z's pretty good at this sort of thing, but Z was here when Nightbane came, and she didn't pick up on Nightbane, so...
Okay. Curious. Nor did we put any advertisements out, especially to Daggerford, for a cook.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
This is not your doing that you can recall.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah, I was.
Could this be something your parents have organised? Or perhaps there's some...
No, they're in no position to organise anything like this, I don't think. But is either letters dated? Like
Yeah.
the death certificate would have like a time of death, or like a day of death, I suppose. Maybe.
It certainly would, and they're both about 6 weeks ago, maybe one being 7 weeks ago because it's obviously written before her death.
Sure.
But yeah, so one was sent 2 months ago, the other one 6 weeks ago.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can't. I imagine if this happened before my parents were captured, they at least would have told me that they were sending someone from their tower. But yeah, I feel as though whoever's contacted this cook, well, it wasn't me. I can't really think of a reason why anyone would have done that. Just a simple serving girl from the kitchen.
What if they were perhaps being sent to try and get a message to us? Something they couldn't write down in a letter. An excuse to come to Waterdeep?
Yeah, a good point. Out of character, speaking with dead, especially like corpses that have been taken by, like Kellenborg, like Temple of Kellenborg the Morgue, is it allowed? Are we able to arrange to walk in, and be like, oh, like I'm like the next of kin. Can we speak with the corpse?
Yeah, sure. It depends, and next of kin.
Yeah.
Look, it depends. It would be probably easier for like a forensic investigation.
Yeah.
But then again, maybe not. Like, your family, ancestor worship is a very legitimate thing, and if it means that you have to touch your dead father's skull, well, who am I to judge? Waterdeep has that attitude in many cases.
Yeah.
They also have a lot of paperwork.
I still technically have rank within the Order of Magists and Protectors.
Oh, absolutely. You're also something of a celebrity and a noble person.
Oh, but then again, I've been, quotation, missing. I haven't made an appearance since we left Undermountain yet. I'd prefer not to just yet.
Well, do we have a way of speaking with the dead? I would very much like to question the corpse. If I believe you're onto something, Zebra. Though I can't speak with the dead.
Why don't you die, speak with her, and then we'll resurrect you?
It could work. You would probably have to travel throughout the plains in order to reach her afterlife from yours, but it could be done.
Side quest
That's-
turns into a new campaign.
This
that's
is
just
the
that's just
simplest
such
way.
that's such an intelligence 18 way of dealing with things. Let me tell you how the intelligence 20 wizards would take a look at this. Why does he need to die to travel to another plane? Can't we
It
just
was a
plane
joke.
shift or something?
Wizard all
Surely
just
you
go
can just pay someone at the Temple of Kellenborg to do it for you.
Maybe and then the intelligence 21 wizard is what in time.
Yeah.
What is death?
Hmm. Well, yeah, it sounds like individually we don't have a way of speaking with our corpse.
Well, surely the clerics of Kellenvall would have the means to.
Perhaps, but then that's coin that I have to spend, and I don't
Actually,
Well, I mean,
like spending coin.
yeah, but you're like
funnily
rich as
enough,
fuck, aren't you?
No,
is it-
not personally.
Ah,
He's
interesting.
rich as fuck. Don't listen.
no.
I mean, you guys had like 100k last time I met you. What
Mm.
happened to that? You guys own a tavern. What do you mean? How are you not rich as fuck?
I mean, we own a tavern. We own a pair of towers. We've got a little base under the city. We've
You,
got
yeah, I was gonna say, and then like
large-
hush tone, like,
a
and you have like
large
secret
sailing ship,
underground like
and then
tavern thing.
what else have we got? We've probably sponsored more than a few. Yeah, that's beside the point. It doesn't mean we've got lots of liquid
You
cash.
also own Waterdeep at this point, so
No.
I mean, I don't know. Like, you could probably fly around the city and not get fined. That's how much pull you have.
But we did that recently, and I got fucking stung.
Oh, I wouldn't know that. I was fighting a beholder.
Yeah. Maybe I will do that today then. Yeah, I think maybe I'll pay
So wait,
the morgue a visit.
Can I just get a gauge of? So, are we going to Daggerford? Is that the plan? Like, are we gonna teleport over there?
I think
Or
we
what's the-
eventually will teleport there, but I think at the moment we have a good lead on sort of. Well, I mean, it could be nothing. It legitimately could have been someone posing as
Yeah.
me and offering a job.
Yeah, no dramas. That's alright. I'm
So-
just. What's the time frame we're thinking here?
So today's the 18th.
Yeah.
The Castle Enter thing is on the 30th, so we've got to be back in the city by then.
Yeah.
We've got the meeting with Jalaxel tonight, and
Mhm.
Sanj can probably check up on this thing today.
Mhm.
Assuming that the Jalaxel thing and this speaking with this dead girl doesn't change the plans, we'd probably go to Daggerford tomorrow.
Okay,
Yeah, so
I'll stay in the city then.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So if there's shopping and stuff to do, I guess today is probably the day.
Ah, well, I mean, I was thinking of going to the town of where I forge magic
Oh, I
weapons
see.
and do
Yeah.
that, but that's alright.
Whereabouts is that? Because we might be able to make that trip in a day or two.
Whereabouts is that?
That's a little
Mr.
town called
Zia?
Fandalen. Fandalen is one of the only places I.
Yeah, let me get my Sword Coast map out.
Is that little cute starter kit adventure?
It is it's the starter kit. That's right. Yeah.
I was just like, hang on. Nice.
It's pretty close. Fandalen's up like here, somewhere like that. Maybe a little bit further
Man, why
along.
is this shit so pixelated for me?
Oh, it'll just be loading. It should come through.
Ah, okay, so it's just my shit internet, no dramas.
I think so.
You can
You can
also
find-
like
I'm also trying to
Zoom-
update Siege at the same time, so you
zoom
know,
in
life
and
goes on.
zoom out again, and it might fix it.
I'll just
Was
keep
it
doing
close to Tribor or was it somewhere else?
It's about here. Can you see my ping?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I saw the giant ass red
on
circle.
like the northwest base of the Sword Mountains.
That's right. Yeah, and it's on the way to Tribor. It's maybe not quite that close to the mountains, but yeah, it's somewhere around here.
Have you got an estimate on miles or?
I think
distance?
this is probably accurate. So yeah, a little bit under 300, 250, 300.
It's real close, guys, like a day.
Are you
300 miles is not a day.
Are you aware of
Let me-
any? Have we discussed whether or not the wizard needed to like actually look at the TP sigils, or is it is that information that you can share? Like I can write down like a sigil sequence on a bit of parchment, show Lucius, and then Lucius can learn that sigil sequence. Or does Lucius have to look at the OG?
Are you talking about the teleportation circle?
That's right. Yes.
I don't know if I've actually made a proper.
Because that's
I-
like, to me,
see,
to
to
me,
me-
to me, it's a bit
Yeah.
cheesy. Like I think.
Well,
that'd
let's
be
have a
like-
look at the wording of the spell.
Yeah, okay.
Alright.
I am sure that sometimes you codes to a circle, and that's all you'll need, and it'll work. I'm certain of that because it's written into some adventures. So so that answers part of the question. But in many ways, look, it probably varies from situation to situation, but the default, at least in 5th edition, is that you can find a passcode and it will work. That's how, in some of the adventures you get around from point A to point B. Is there's a clue, it's got it's got the command word. You find the portal, you use the command word, the portal works. So that's canon.
Okay, so in that case, Anvil, are you aware of any teleportation circles in this town?
Yes.
Is there one?
I'm not sure.
I have no idea.
honestly.
I'll have to. I'm actually asking.
In Fandalen, I would
Or-
be incredibly surprised if there was.
It's
Sash?
very doubtful that there's one in Fandalen.
I don't
maybe in
recall there being
surrounding
one.
regions.
Yeah, let me have a look. The Storm King's Thunder book has a list of the teleportation circles known on the Sword Coast.
Fandalian's definitely not in there. It's not. It's not in the Storm King's Thunder
Cool.
one.
That's fair enough then. Yeah. So
Yeah,
Oh.
if it's not there, then it's definitely not a teleportation circle in Fandalen. Because if there was, I feel like that would be on the list of Harper known ones.
There'd likely be one in Neverwinter, but that's kind of not much help. It's a little bit help because it means you avoid the Sword Coast and the Sword Mountains and the Mirror Dead Men. I mean, if you're willing to drop 1,000 gold pieces, save a trip over the mountains, that's your business. Not
There
mine.
is one possible teleportation circle in the Tower of Twilight, which is a wizard tower that once belonged to Malcor Harpel,
Right.
and it's in the Neverwinter Wood.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if anyone would actually know about that.
That sounds like a quest finding it. The Harpels rule this town of Longsaddle. They're nuts wizards that are also nobles.
Yeah, even if there
Malcor-
is a teleportation circle somewhere, it's not the kind of thing that people share around easily.
Yeah, Malcor was a friend to Kelvin Blackstaff.
Oh, okay. So relatively recent history then.
Well, Kelvin has been dead for what, 100 years?
That's recent history, I think.
All right, sure.
Really, kinda. That's my idea. Yeah.
all right. So we don't. So yeah, we have to basically walk or fly. Figure out a different way to get there. That's cool.
Gaseous form,
It's too slow.
Wait. Is it?
You,
Yeah.
10 feet,
Oh.
26 seconds.
Never mind.
You're probably thinking of cloud something, which is a druid 6th level spell.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
Which
not
lets you
gaseous
travel
form,
it.
boys. That's the one.
Yeah, no, the druid spell is 300 feet per round. Gaseous
Yeah.
form is
Wait.
10.
I have a solution.
Yes.
You can either buy Pegasi or Griffins for 2,000 gold each.
I have that money, boys.
All right. Does it come with training?
Yes, but not barding.
Well, that's
So just
Oh, hang
hold
on.
on for dear life?
That's up to you.
Just
Are you a hero?
just to clarify
Are
as well,
you a hero?
Kev, you had offered up the boots of flying. Is that right?
Indeed.
Right.
They have a time limit on them, don't they?
I believe it's 4 to 8 hours.
What do you
Sure.
mean?
But
Of like per day or?
Per
Uh,
day, yeah.
it's
Isn't it?
it's the. I think it's like every 12 hours you don't use them, you get 2 hours back.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, if someone's taking them, I'll take them.
yeah, I'd said the same
Yeah.
thing. But if you want them,
Yeah,
take them.
they're up for grabs.
You take them, Anvil. I can fly without boots. That's fine.
I mean, it's looking like this is something that will take us a while. I think if you're
Might help
dead
me
set
with,
on
like,
going out
range.
there, I mean, if you.
Oh no, this was just
find
like
out-
I can do this on like as a side
Yeah.
project later.
Right.
That's fine.
Well, no, I was
I was
gonna
thinking if we had
say-
like 12 days, then
I was gonna say if this
Right.
happens, if we do this after the Castellana thing, Lucius and Sandra probably be interested if this is some kind of like Runeforge, Fleshforge.
Oh
It's
yeah,
not
no,
bad.
I've been working there. That's where I got my sick digs before I met you guys.
Was
So
that a Rune Forge?
yeah, it's a rune forge. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd be interested in checking it out, but probably something we'd do after the Castellana thing when we got a
No
bit more time.
dramas. I do request that you don't break it because it's pretty dope.
I'll have you know that I'm a guild certified smith and a intelligence 20 wizard.
What is this 20 you speak of? Like
Um,
your IQ is 20? That's pretty stupid.
It means I'm smarter than the smartest dwarf in Waterdeep.
Oh my god, that's me.
You think he just personally attacks you, but you're not smart enough to know.
Are you actually a smith though?
Yeah, the M. Cathras are some of the best weaponsmiths out of the humans.
Yeah,
in
out of the
Waterdeep.
humans, that's like what, like a middling dwarf. That's all right. No, I'm impressed. I would love to see
Yeah.
it work sometime.
Yeah, that's right. It's good monkey, good monkey.
Well, if you want an example of his work, I present my crossbow to Anvil, which is it's a repeating crossbow. It has some influence of deep gnomish tech here and there, and it has a very distinctive dark elf design. And if you tinker with it, you'll see that it's quite impressive.
Yes.
Lucius is just grumbling to himself about, you hear about historically the best magical crafting and artifacts were coming from the Netherese, which were fucking humans, not dwarves.
Would anyone like to accompany me to the Temple of Kellenbor, or shall I go myself and touch base later?
I mean, if you need the company, I'm happy to come with. I mean, I'm not doing anything.
I watch
put
your
these,
back,
just
boss.
let me put these new digs on and these new kicks, and
Sure.
I'll come with.
Yeah, take your time.
I might pass on this one. The Temple of the Dead gives me the shivers.
Okay, sure.
Maybe I'll get to speak to some old folk from Mithril Hall or something like that. Who knows?
I might get in touch with some of my criminal contacts, try and purchase some poison. I don't suppose anybody has any illicit items they want me to try and fence for them.
I do actually have a small request.
Hmm?
Psychotropic mushrooms, fungus. Please, just a little bit.
Really?
Keviak does have one request. He'll dig around his bag of holding and dig out a decapitated head of one of his clones, and he'll say, "There's a price on my head in certain parts of the underworld. See if you can get some of that of his." And he tosses it over.
Oh my lord.
Just a casual,
Oh,
go and claim my
man.
bounty for me.
Dude, like, if I ever become like a screenplay writer, I'm stealing that scene from you, and you're not getting any credit.
All right. Well, I suppose I'll stay here and wait to be inevitably harassed by Jarlaxle.
Well, I mean, Sanja's offered teaming.
Yeah.
If you
can come with us if you want to get out of Trollskull Manor for the day, Zevran. I can make you appear
Oh.
otherwise.
No, I think I'll stay inside for now.
Okay, no problems.
Lick my wounds, you know.
I do have a quick question, Arctic. Something I've just realized that this kind of goes back to something we discussed a couple of levels ago.
Yeah.
So, do you remember when we got the red dragon egg, which is now hatched and is like a young baby red dragon that we've forgotten about for some time?
I've forgotten about that for some time.
Yeah, we
Hmm.
just haven't addressed it. I mean, I believe that me and Sanj said we've got it in a secret room in the lab.
Who's looking after it?
I mean, we've been spending a lot of time in the lab ourselves because we haven't been going into Troll Skull. So Lucius will be trying to do so himself. Other than
So
that,
you don't have anyone dedicated to looking after it.
well, we've got the nimble rights in the lab, but I
It's
don't
killed
want them
them.
getting.
No, it hasn't. It relies on them. It wants to kill.
Yeah, I
It
didn't
wants
want
to
it getting
kill.
them getting close to it. So I was thinking we've probably got like a chute in the roof of that room that like they drop meat and stuff into.
The dragon is angry. It is really angry.
Why don't you like?
Yeah, but it's a baby
Try and
dragon, so I
convert it.
mean we can bully it easily. Anyway, this is going back to.
you. I hate you all. I wish you were dead.
This is going
that
back to
noise?
what we discussed last time, Arctic. Remember, I asked you something, and you said that it was the kind of thing that you had absolutely no idea about and would need time to think on.
Oh no, it doesn't sound like I've thought about this at all. What was the
Remember how because this was like we were like 10th level, when, 9th
Mic
level
off.
when we got that, and so
Mic on.
we
Yeah.
specifically asked you when we get our hands on the magic jar spell at 11th or 12th level.
Fuck.
Can we spend
Okay.
some downtime modifying it so we can switch the souls of a dragon and a dog?
Mic off.
Okay.
No.
The short
That's right.
answer
We
is
wanted
yes.
to get a pug from like Chult or some like exotic fucking island.
Yeah, we wanted to get like a bulldog or a pug or a boxer or something like that,
Oh
and
my
then
God.
implant the dog's soul into the dragon's body.
Yeah, absolutely. It
That's
is absolutely possible. There are,
Fucking
You've-
dope.
you've managed to find two ways of doing it, which is better than even one, or maybe worse. I'm not sure. The first way you might have achieved with Colat Towers if the Bainite Zentarum hadn't have fucked it up hadn't destroyed it so badly. So, because the Bainites came in and annihilated all of the science projects except for a single clone pod, the Syndicate machine was destroyed. And the Syndicate machine's versatility is incredible. It's too diverse for it to bother be put into paper because there's so many different things it can do, but it can't do anything in and of itself. It's the Syndicate machine. Its whole point is it synergizes the effect of spells and magic items and powers and everything. It's like a heart or a brain at the center of a network of magic, and it's broken. Anyway, so we could have used the Syndicate machine and modified the clone pods and made some extensive, extremely difficult to maneuver or manufacture, but possible. You could have invented a machine that does it. You've heard of a case of it happening in a distant world called Mordenshire or Lamordia, and it was successful, but it had ramifications that ultimately led to madness and disaster. But it's a historical record that's incomplete and thus a story not worth pursuing right now. So that's one way of doing it, to essentially invent a machine that does it. You'd have to have technology that the Forgotten Realms doesn't necessarily have. You'd have to have the sort of Renaissance era Frankenstein kind of electromagnetic charges and batteries, and electromagnetism is one of the keys to this sort of process. So it's something that can be done, but you'd have to have discovered some kind of dynamo machine beneath Undermountain
Which we have.
concept of how it works.
yeah, I was gonna say we've kind of got our hands
We've
on
done
something
that.
like that already.
Which is, and so you've got this process that makes it, yes, possible. There is I dare say, simpler way, but it's hardly any simpler at all, and that involves the Soul Forge, not the Flesh Forge. The Rune Forge makes magic items. The Flesh Forge makes magic people, and the Soul Forge makes magic souls. And of course, you're trying to do soul magic here. You're transferring one soul to another body. That's not flesh magic. That's the apex. And yeah, all you need is a Soul Forge. That's all you need, and it'll be easy.
Looks
Okay,
like
so-
my arc is going full circle.
Arctic just found a very clever way to connect it with something me and Sanj have been working on for a while.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's clever, but it's also so into the lore. These campaigns are so rich that I just have to think of, yeah, that all connects. Of course, that's how I would have done it if I was the ancient Saruk.
So we need to find a soul forge.
Yeah, and that again points us to Undermountain, I think. But all in good time. It's good to know that we have we're building the capabilities and resources to get
Yeah,
something like that
yeah.
done. Yeah, for sure.
Well, now that we know it's possible, Lucius is like, while we're looking for a soul forge, Lucius is gonna start researching means on artificially aging up a dragon.
You're so evil.
How is it evil? We're taking a good boy and giving him like a
good
dragon's body.
Exactly. We're putting a doggo in a red dragon. That sounds...
Surely you can convert the red dragon to be dope.
We could true
I mean,
polymorph it, but
we could attempt, but it's like it's in its utmost nature kind of thing to be evil.
That's fair enough.
So
That's
like
fair
we
enough.
want
I'm
to
sure
we
it'll
want to
grow up
put
to be
like
dick
a
anyway. Let's just put a good boy in it and
yeah
find me
we
this-
want to put like a loving, careful, completely loyal puppy dog inside the dragon body.
And then what we do with the dog's body with the evil dragon soul afterwards, I have no idea. I mean, I feel like it'd be a... we have to make sure the dog that we get isn't like, like a Rottweiler or something that'll take your face off, because given every opportunity...
I feel like if we put the soul of the red dragon inside like a small bulldog or something, it would make like the perfect gift for someone like Jalaxel. Like, oh, here you go. Here's this dog that has the soul of a red dragon inside it.
I like to think that when you put it in the soul of the dragon in a smaller dog you can find, and that's how we invent Chihuahua.
That's nasty, man. That is actually nasty.
Alright, dwarves, shall we go to the morgue?
Yeah, sounds good. I've now donned my winged boots, assuming I have them.
Cool. Alright, Arctic, I'm going to cast Seeming on myself and the two dwarves. I'm going to give the dwarves an extra foot of height and reduce my height by a foot, and we're all going to be humans. Just nondescript, kind of, looks like we could be brothers, middle class, kind of
Middle class.
Yeah, well-dressed middle class sort of dudes. And I'll make a note of bringing that, the death certificate with me as well.
You've got your polo shirts, you've got those
man,
belts, you've got leather shoes. Yeah, perfect. Perfect.
You couldn't have made me something beautiful, like a tall dwarf.
No.
So a hairy man?
Yeah, but humans... Shut up, Zevran, you're not even here.
You're greeted by an administrator who works for the government, who's also a member of the priesthood of Kellamvor. They are quite sincere in their approach, maybe a little bit, how do you say, sensitive. It's like you feel like he's about to give you either some bad news or receive bad news from you. And then you remember that he works with people who deal with the dead every time. So he's probably mistaken you for people who've come to grieve. Oh wait, we've come to grieve. That's us. The priest is polite when he says hello. How can I help you?
Yes, good day. I was actually wondering if it was possible to, well, I'm sure you're aware of several practices that allow one to speak with the dead. I have reason to believe that you have the cadaver of someone that was left as my next of kin, and I'll present the death certificate to the administrator.
Oh,
so,
yes.
Yeah, I was just curious if it were possible to arrange conversation with the cadaver, as I believe they had an important message for me.
This death certificate is dated 6 weeks ago. The body has likely been interred or cremated.
I see.
Can you check?
Yes, can you confirm that for me, please?
I shall. And you're left waiting for a little less than 15 minutes, and he comes. Well, I have some news for you. The body has been kept in the. I can't think of a sensitive word for refrigeration. The body has been kept sacrosanct in a hallowed position for the past 6 weeks because there's been no one to pay for the burial or the cremation.
I see.
The bill is actually growing by the day.
Right, and what is the amount that it stands at now?
23 gold, 5 silver.
I see. Well, given the state of the body, is it possible to arrange for someone to?
Oh, the body's in perfectly good condition, sir. We have our hallowed vault provides gentle repose for the dead.
Well, that is good news. And then, have you any priests on hand that will allow me to communicate with this body, if it is possible? I'm happy to pay for component costs of spells and so on.
So that practice, necromancy, is normally reserved for those whose cultural practices allow it. Necromancy is considered by many to be a dark art. But with your permission, your signatory permission, I can grant you leave to bring your own priest to commune.
Okay. And you say the body has been reposed? It is currently death timer has been put on hold while it stays in this vault. If my knowledge of the spell is correct.
It keeps the mortal form fresh, sir. The soul, however, passes on almost immediately.
Of course. Very well.
My lord, for a donation to the temple, we might be able to hasten the process. 200 gold pieces, perhaps?
200 gold
Wait.
pieces, and this process is hastened to what end? What is the outcome?
I might help you. I might ask the questions myself, my lord. Against protocol, to be sure.
What if I offer a 250 gold donation, as well as pay the bill for the cremation post fact, and you guarantee that you'll ask the questions for me?
Aye, sure. And your transaction shall come with the additional guarantee of discretion, my lord.
Superb. Then I think we have an arrangement of sorts.
Certainly you're not sir, you are my lord. And you find yourself in the morgue with they preserved her, but they stitched her up, which was nice of them. But there's only so much a man can do or an artist can do when you've got 27 wounds.
Yeah. And sorry, Ark. How much was the bill? It was 23 gold, 5 silver. Is that right?
That's right. 23 gold, 5 silver. That's right. He produces a death report, and so the entourage left Daggerford, bound for Waterdeep. There were 2 soldiers, professionals. They were crossing through a region beside the Ardeep Forest. It used to be tame country, farmland, but now it's quite wild. And they were ambushed by a party of at once kobolds and goblins. The kobolds and goblins slew the girl. Fortunately, the soldiers drove the rest of them off and they were unable to, kill her escorts. So small mercies, perhaps. And they brought the body to Waterdeep as evidence of a death.
So she got stabbed.
And hit with slings, arrows, and short swords. But it looks like it was the blow that killed her were long swords in the back, or a long sword through the back, coming out the other side.
So there's like a good 20 odd punctures.
Yeah, and they're pretty simple blows. Arrows, stabs, little bumps from small rocks, but that professional through the back was undoubtedly the killing blow.
And these bodyguards, they made it out fine.
They made it out fine. That's where the report shows that it doesn't say whether they were injured or not, but he hands you the report himself, and the Zentarum guardians were able to fight off these mere creatures.
Lord
Zentarum gods.
Tiberian, and I look at Sarge. Maybe discuss this later.
Okay, sure.
Shall we get on with the show, as it were?
Of course. Question. Please try to be as specific with the questioning as you can, for I shall translate it word for word as you
Very well.
say.
All right. The first question I have is, how did you receive word about a prospective job at Trollskull Manor?
Because of my years of service, I was rewarded by the family. I see it as a promotion. I was first told by... What are your mother's and father's names?
It's Hector and Meralda.
I was first told by Meralda, but when Hector told me, I knew it was official.
So the message came from my parents. Were you instructed to deliver any message, paperwork, letters, documentation to me upon arrival, for my eyes only?
It's currently Marpenoth, isn't it?
I think so.
Does anyone know?
It is currently the 18th of Marpenoth.
Right. What comes before Marpenoth then? Anyone know? Anyway, that doesn't...
Before Marpenoth is Eliant.
Perfect. I was told to report on the Ides of Eliot to Trollskull Manor, which I would find in the North Ward, in Trollskull Alley. I was to report to the bar and show my papers, and I was certain that I had been assured that there would be a job within the kitchens for me there, thanks to Sarge.
The death report here, the Temple of Kellenbor, states that you were beset upon by goblins and kobolds. Is that correct? And has any information been omitted?
Yes, we were ambushed by monsters. I don't know the difference between a goblin and a kobold, but the creatures were different to each other. One looked like dragon dogs, but on two legs, and the other ones were big, hooked-nosed, and ugly, hunched over, and they stank very badly. They threw rocks and had bows and arrows. And as they came closer, the guards didn't seem to really want to attack them. They managed to get in close and began to kill me, and no one was defending me. And then I felt a pain in my back, and I was dead.
What were the names of your armed escort? Who was told to watch over you along the road?
I was never told their names, but I think that they were called each other Vordel and Fish. They worked for the Zentarum. They had come a long way from the Moon Sea. Their accents were funny, and they said that the girls over here were easy.
And lastly, before you set out from Daggerford to make your way to Waterdeep, did anything strike you as strange, out of place, odd about Daggerford as you were leaving?
Yes, many things. Many things have changed over the seasons. Things were good in summer, and they were better last summer, but now they have gone very bad. The Zentarum are everywhere, and the Red Wizards too. And I don't know why the family that I have worked so faithfully for have been so cruel to me. I've been punished for doing no wrong. I can't understand why they changed so suddenly after the summer. The same for the Duchess. She just seemed to change. She no longer went to church, and when she finally did go back to church, they'd turned the temple from Tempest to Bane. I don't understand any of it, but I was glad, when I was given the chance to start again in Waterdeep. I thought that maybe the family had finally listened and acknowledged the hard work that I'd put in all these years.
You've answered my questions, and I thank you for the time. You kind of look back at the two dwarves in their human forms and kind of give like a widen my eyes, like fuck, we've got work to do. Turn back to the administrator slash priest. Thank you. I believe the bill has been settled, so please cremate this cadaver.
I didn't recognize you at first, but I've met you before, haven't I, in Baldur's? The three brothers, I remember working with three brothers, investigators for the Harpers. That's you, isn't it?
No, it is not.
Never heard of him.
Your
What's
secret is
Harper?
safe with me.
I'm actually a dwarf, and I wink at him.
Of course. That's what I shall tell everyone. It was dwarves.
Smart man. Well, thank you for your time. And
Here we go again.
oh boy, here I go killing again.
I mean, we've just cleared the Zentarum out of a large city. I mean, we're kind of stepping down by going to a small city like Daggerford, but it's got to
Well,
be done.
And
so are you of the same inclination that they weren't really there to protect her at all? These...
of course, I have reason to believe the Zentarum probably. Well, I mean, you heard it, right? There was no protection. I even think
Yeah.
perhaps one of the Zentarum dealt the killing blow. It's without doubt.
For sure. Even before we had the discussion, I
Mm.
felt that way. I just
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
want to mention it in front of our cleric friend.
That's okay. I'm going to ask Adrastia to check up on those names with her contacts. Yordle and Fish. We can get to the bottom of that.
Yeah.
To Yordle
How
and
does,
Fish.
I believe
how does one
Yeah.
get
And
like
who are
20 or so punctures without? And these guards are fine.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
just, it's alright.
That's right. I will reduce them both to piles of ash.
I mean,
And if we can make
At
our way
least
back
let me get a
to
few swings in first.
no, not possible. You can hold them down for me. And if
I'll
possible,
hold them down with my hammer.
on our way back to Troll Skull or Collight Towers, wherever it is we're meeting, Arctic, if I could pick up some rare chalk and some ointment for true seeing, that'd be mint.
Easy done.
Cool. And I'll let everybody know what I found out.
Perhaps this evening, when I attempt to scry your father's tower, I can attempt to scry one of these Zentarum agents as well.
No,
It's less.
is the name sufficient? One name? Because I don't know any other information about them.
It is, but they will have +5 on the saving throw
I see.
because it is secondhand. Yeah, scrying has like a heap of tables and stuff, and they have to roll a saving throw against my DC.
Right.
And because it's completely secondhand, I only know a name. They have +5 on the saving throw.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I have a feeling that, these Zentarum were obviously tied up with the Zentarum that are now likely occupying Daggerford. Yeah. I think it means a few things. If we go
As much as it pains me to do so, hearing this, I'm starting to think it might be a good idea if we disable the teleportation circle in Collat Towers. Because
Really?
it seems like the Zentarum are a bigger problem than...
it'd be such a shame. They're so expensive to establish.
Well, I think Arctic said last week that if we disable it without removing the whole thing, rather than casting it once every day for a year, it'll just cost like 5,000
that's
gold
right.
to repair.
That's right.
Which, I mean, is still a lot of gold, but I'd rather it cost 5,000 gold to repair later on than have the Zentarum have a way in.
Okay. Let's do that then. I think that's a reasonable conclusion.
Is there not a way to change the sigil sequence or something? Like
Yeah.
changing the locks on it?
There is. By casting it every day for 360 days.
I mean, I had considered that, but I reckon if we ask Arctic, he's going to say the exact same thing. You can remove a couple of runes and replace them for 5,000 gold. Like, I don't think there's a cheap or easy way of changing a sigil sequence on a teleportation circle.
Alright, then we should, let's do that then. We can do that then before we head to Daggerford.
Alright, Arctic, notifying you that we are officially disabling the teleportation circle in Collat Towers.
Whoa.
A single tear streaks out of Sandra's right eye.
Yeah. We'll repair it when the Zentarum are no longer a threat to the Sword Coast. But until that point in time, it's too dangerous.
Yeah.
Alright.
After they destroy it, I ask, couldn't you have just put a dead magic zone on it?
Zevram, do you know how difficult it is to place a dead magic zone?
An anti-magic field and then having it constant is...
Can't be that hard. They're all the rage down in Helrua.
very expensive.
I don't know why I listen to him sometimes. All right. So sometime before, shall we do the scrying before or after Jalaxel comes around to Troll Skull?
Why not after? Because I feel as though if Jalaxel has important information, we can decide where best to put the scry. Right? If whatever Jalaxel has for us is more pressing, for whatever reason.
Well, asking about how to take out a heap of wizards inside their own tower, I'm pretty sure he's asking about the group of wizards in Luskin. Is it the Arcane Chamber or something?
Arcane Brotherhood?
Arcane Brotherhood, that's it.
Nah, he's asking about the guys in Callout Towers.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we know he's in charge of Luskin at the moment, and the Arcane Brotherhood's probably the only group that's like preventing him from having a complete grip of power. So, I mean, if Jalaxel's asking about, taking on a heap of wizards in their own tower, yeah, I think he's talking about the Arcane Brotherhood. Well, before he comes around, shall we quickly discuss that just in case? Because, I mean, it sounds like he's going to ask us to help with taking out the Arcane Brotherhood so he can control Luskin. What are our thoughts on this?
Is Jalaxel a friend of ours? I'm not too familiar with the man myself.
He's not an enemy, and it's probably better to keep him that way.
I think I would describe Jalaxel as a hesitant, confidant, and unreliable friend.
Right. So.
He's very
Actually,
reliable.
yeah, I
really.
don't think reliable's the right word. He's kept his word on just about everything so far. It's more he has his own agenda, and there's a lot that we aren't aware of.
He usually has his caveats that he fails to mention.
Right.
Yeah.
Then, my next question then is, we're aware he's going to ask us for a favor. Do we feel that should we ever ask him for a favor in the future, he'll come good? Is he reliable in that sense?
I believe so, and I believe a favor from him would likely be very, very valuable. It's just as Zevra mentioned, there may be caveats in his favor that we're not aware of.
So the man's a slippery fish. Very well.
That said, if he's going to ask for help in dealing with the Arcane Brotherhood, needless to say, Sanj, there are many benefits involved if we do.
Oh, of course. I'm aware of that. That would be. Well, I mean, countless tomes from Luskin in that tower that we could peruse. Of course, but yeah, I feel as though the wider picture is also worth considering, right? Especially if this is a move to consolidate and close his fist around Luskin, then Jalaxel might be of assistance when it comes to dealing with Dragonspear Castle down the road. Obviously, we need to incentivize.
I'm not sure about
but
Dragonspear entirely, but I'm pretty sure Jalaxel will not be happy with the Zentarum trying to control the Sword Coast.
No.
I think Jalaxel's agenda is a bit more. He may have similar goals to groups like Menshun and the Zentarum, influence and power over the entire Sword Coast, but his methods are much more subtle. It's not someone that I could see ruling with an iron fist. It's
Right.
more of a act from the shadows type of drow.
Then to me it sounds like it's worth having him in the pocket, and I think we should seriously consider taking the favour in the hopes of reclaiming it one day. My 2 cents.
All right.
I can't speak for everybody, but yeah.
Does anyone else have a dissenting opinion there? I think we're in agreement for the most part. But we still have to hear out his suggestion, his favor.
Seems reasonable. Also, be fun to meet another drow. It's been a while.
I've never been to Luskin.
Nor have I.
All right, let's wait for him to come around.
You shut the doors and kick the last patrons out. Maybe it's a hour, sometimes around 10 p.m. thereabouts. You don't have to be on the dot because nobody's got a pocket watch. But a good, yeah.
Hang on. Doesn't Sanj have a keen mind which tells him the exact time of day?
So, do you open and shut Troll Skull according to the exact? I don't know. Anyway,
He'd be right back. So
there's no legislation forcing you to open and close. Waterdeep's a free city. You don't have to abide by any curfew laws. So you shut it when you shut it, and sometime around the hour of the wolf, sometime around midnight, you get a visit. It's a tall dwarf with a large 10-gallon hat, and he is accompanied by a pair of begging brothers, a couple of probably humans. It's a bit difficult to tell underneath all those robes.
how tall?
The guy's about 5 foot. I think it's clean on 5 foot. Is I think what he stands.
Fuck, I'm like a foot shorter.
He's got
Even
this
with my
10-gallon
giant
hat.
hands.
His 10-gallon hat makes him look like he's 5'6". You know, he's huge. Yeah, he's so he's a good foot taller than you, and he's accompanied by the couple of begging brothers. Their religion impossible to tell, and they come a knocking at your door.
We'll let them in. I'm assuming at this point, because we're expecting him, we're probably all sitting around a table waiting, and we'll like casually let him in by opening the door with a mage hand.
He comes in.
Yes, we've been expecting you.
He comes in from the cold while the snowflakes fall outside and turn the cobblestone streets into a slick mess that might be white by the morning, but for now is just wet. Howdy, partners, he says as he takes off his coat and his hat, but his accomplices don't remove their robes. They just kind of move over to the corner of the I stand among the shadows.
Greetings.
Well, it looks like you got a little party going on here.
Yeah, celebration of sorts. It's been a while since we've gathered here in Troll Skull.
Oh, this for me? Oh, that's fine and dandy. Don't mind if I do. And he helps himself to your whiskies. He pours one for each of you, though.
So, we've heard that you have a favor to ask of us.
Ah, that's right. I was looking for some. Well, y'all know that I'm in the consulting business. I do a bit of real estate wheeling, dealing, and the like, but it's really consultancy that I consider myself as my profession. And why I'm turning to you for a bit of consultancy this time. It's a bit of a tug and pull, as it were. Y'all seem to understand the nature of magic like the back of your hands. Y'all got some expertise in commando style raiding, in the kind of assault into wizard towers that legends are made of. And so I'm just wondering if y'all got any kind of like advice for me. Kind of just tell me a little bit what you might do if in a hypothetical situation you were thinking that you might go and want to beat up a bunch of wizards, an entire guild of wizards and liches and all their little underlings and magic traps and the like, in the heart of their own power, deep within their own tower. Now let's just say, hypothetically, that you had to organize some kind of assault into this establishment. How'd y'all go about doing it?
T-Rexes.
Tyrannosaurus Rex, you would send down a boat down to a bunch of dinosaurs? That's your
No. You just throw in T-Rexes. You don't need T-Rexes, you just throw them in.
Zevram is still hooked on a little incident we had in Undermountain recently. We took a goblin, polymorphed him into a T-Rex, and threw him in a room full of Durgar. But that's a completely different story.
He rocks back in his chair at that and then arches his fingers. That's like, you hear him muttering to himself, "Ma, that's brilliant."
Hypothetically, what kind of resources would you have? Would you be able to bring wizards of your own?
Well, mostly, I could imagine that in a hypothetical situation that a troop who was looking to assault such an establishment might be able to supply high-quality assassins of the first order, but it would be magic in which I could imagine they might be lacking.
If you're lacking in magic, well, things would get much more difficult once you were discovered. In that case, without magic to prevent disintegration of the sort, without any form of counterspelling or dispels. Needless to say, even if you don't have experienced magicians, scrolls of dispel magic, and people that can use them, but to avoid wards, magic auras, non-detections, this kind of thing. But liches, dealing with that kind of thing without any form of magic would be
Not impossible.
not impossible, but difficult.
I imagine this is something best subcontracted to a team of professionals.
Hypothetically, are we speaking of the Arcane Brotherhood in Luskan?
Oh, we are not talking about anyone in particular. But if we are talking specifically about the Arcane Brotherhood, and now we should follow a conversation from beginning to its final conclusion, then I could imagine that a citizen of Waterdeep, such as your fine selves, might look upon Luskan and think, maybe I don't want the next biggest city to the north, because y'all can't count Neverwinter. It's still recovering. You look to the north and you say, you know, I don't know if I really like having my neighbor being all undead. It's bad enough that they're all pirates, but undead pirates? I mean, that is a little beyond the pale for a upstanding Wardavian citizen like yourselves. That would be one way of looking at it. And if you did look at it that one way, you might think to myself, it would be a heroic action to go in there and, cause a bit of trouble for these evil liches and their hold on power and their links to their twisted rune from down there in the south. After all, you let them twisted rune get a hold into your city and she's gone for good.
To do so effectively, the only means I can think of would be to have a moving anti-magic sphere.
Now we're talking.
Possible, but not cheap.
Something like that is very expensive.
Y'all would want to know how to track down their phylacteries, too. Could be hidden anywhere. Could be hidden on another world for all I know. But you don't find them phylacteries, you're going to get your ass kicked when they come back to life again.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing, is that the phylacteries, if they aren't stored nearby, which they almost certainly are not, any competent wizard or lich is going to have them warded with non-detection of the sort. Well, short of using a divine intervention or wish, you're probably not going to be able to find them.
Would a legend lore be able to help?
A legend lore. I think that boy's on to something. I heard Martin City. It's a mighty fine time that I finally meet. J.B. Nevercott, I've been looking forward to meeting you, son. Why, you have earned that name well and truly. Shakes your hand. Legend lore. That's what I think I'll call you from now on. Legend lore.
Well, about time someone noticed my brilliance.
You're brilliant, all right. You stand there shining like some little statue, like a little golden statue up on the shelf. He looks up to the shelf where there is no statue, and
I believe Zevram keeps that beside his bed.
What?
Um,
But why are you in my bedroom?
Lish is just gonna roll his eyes and ignore that. Like, God damn it, Zevram. It's worth a shot. Do we know any glitches that we tested out on?
There was that one on the southern road, but that was a long time ago.
I also don't think that'd be a very good idea. I know, we can attempt legend lore perhaps on that death knight we slew. Colat Towers.
y'all took care of that?
Yeah, the tower belongs to us at the moment.
Huh. Y'all smashed down, laid the smack down on the immortal high lore of Miantarn. Why, I wonder if he's over there reforming right now.
If what he kept repeating again and again and again while being, quite brutally cleaved by our dwarven friend here. Yeah, probably.
Important,
With-
important fellow.
And so, JB, I'm curious. Hypothetically, what would be? How do I put this? What is the incentive behind this highly trained group of assassins, as you call them? What's on the table?
Well, I don't know. How generally we talk? I suppose, theoretically, if there were a Tower of Evil Wizards, one might have any number. Specific. Hypothetical.
I think what he's trying to get at is how much are you willing to pay? Or one would be willing to pay.
Oh, well. Huh. Well. My friend, you're smart enough to know that some things are worth more than any shiny metal. Why, let's just say, hypothetically, that this Tower of Wizards had control over a great deal of the trade that passed through an entire sector of the world. Let's imagine that some of the richest mines, all their jewels and metals, that lie up there high in the mountains in lands that men find too hard to live in, still waiting to be plundered. Imagine if they're getting mined by the hardest men and the hardest dwarves and the hardest goblins in the world, and they send them down to this little city. And whoever's in charge takes their cherry pick from whatever they say. And let's just imagine that when you remove this here guild of evil wizards with their necromancy and summoning demons, and imagine you go replace that with a nice, fine, dandy friend of your own, someone who's sympathetic to your cause, someone who loves your city and loves your queen. Loves your lord. Don't want to jump the gun now, do we? Well, you'd be better off, I'd think. You wouldn't have to measure that sort of favor in gold and jewels. You could just say, well, I'm friends with that city. I can just go up there anytime I want, do whatever I want, 'cause I'm in the good books. Now, you're smart enough to see that, ain't you?
Yeah,
You make
Lucius.
a good point. My question would be this: what, hypothetically, are we speaking about in terms of time frame? As you're probably aware, we've got one or two other issues that we need to deal with before taking on any more brainstorming projects.
My good nobleman, I never take a gamble. Everyone thinks J.B. Nevercott's the best gambler from Cormir. Man who knows the odds and stacks 'em high. But, well, you got half that right. I know the odds 'cause I already stacked 'em. I ain't never gonna take a gamble in my life. I'm only ever gonna do what comes natural. I'm only ever gonna pick the cherry when she's ripe. So you come and tell me when you're ripe, when you want to go up and pick a cherry, when you know you're strong enough, when you know you're a man, you come calling. I'll be ready. 'Cause them lichers, they ain't going nowhere and they ain't getting any older. So they're gonna be ready for you too. You're only gonna get one shot at this, you hear? You don't want to go down and mess it up. I got all the time in the world. After all, he winks towards Anvil. People like me, we're going to live a long time. But he settles his gaze instead on Adrastia.
Yeah, just smirk at that.
Lucius is just gonna kind of roll his eyes and glance around the table. Well, for one, I'm interested with
think-
this discussion.
I think now that the hypothetical in question has been brought to light, we will be able to discuss confidently between ourselves what we think,
That's all I'm asking.
and then likely get in touch with our result.
I feel this has been awful productive. If y'all don't have any more questions for me, I'd like to depart with a little gift. I'd like to offer you something that money can't buy. Oh, well, that's not strictly true. It can buy, but costs 10,000 gold pieces.
It's not
And
a statue, is it?
He sighs and says, "It's not another statue. You didn't look after the last one." And passes.
Well, hang on. I'll have you know, and I'll kind of reach around in my bag of holding and pull out the gold statue, put it on the table. It's in perfectly fine condition.
Did you see that? He reached around for me. Gentlemen.
What is it then you have for us?
He passes you an envelope. And with the tip of his hat, unless you have further questions, he'll head out into the cold, snowy night.
I will attempt to open the envelope and have a look inside.
Alright, and so as the door swings closed and those monks meld out of the shadows and slink by him, and the door locks behind him, the sign switches to closed. You open up the envelope, and it contains a token and a kind of letter of thanks. The letter of thanks is pretty simple. Just thank you for all you've done, for all that you're doing, for all that you will do. In order to, I don't know how to put it, but essentially it's a gift, and this token entitles you to. Again, I wish I'd put. Perhaps I wish I'd put this into better words, but it's only a random encounter. But this gift entitles you to one free assassination of anyone under the sun.
Oh, it's
Jesus
like
Christ.
Holy.
it's a Bregendeath kill squad token.
Exactly.
Well, I was thinking it's like one of them blood tokens they have in John Wick. They stamp their blood on the inside of like one of them pocket watch shaped things,
Yeah.
and it's like call in this favor one time in your life, and then we're even.
Yeah, it's a free murder, but it has to be done on the surface because it's specific about being under the sun.
Yeah.
I can't call out Matron Benray.
He's not killing Matron Bayenray for you. He's already like that's written into the contract. No, sorry. He'll kill Laeral for you. No, he won't. He'll kill you instead of killing Laeral. That's all.
We use it on me just to keep me on my toes.
If we use it on you, does that mean they execute every last clone of Keviak? Is that are they entitled to kill all the Keviaks?
Yeah, let's just tell him Manchun and say fuck it.
I mean, I'm not saying we should jump to using it in a situation we could deal with ourselves, but we know that the real Victoria Castellant is not in Waterdeep right now, and it could solve a lot of problems for us.
Put a hit
I
out on.
feel we could deal with that ourselves, to be honest.
Yeah.
Nah, let's just kill him.
I have a few names in mind, but I won't mention them because we'll get into a discussion then.
Oh no, yeah. I feel like that's worth keeping in our back pocket. Having a free assassination from Talaxel is a really big, like. I think that's worth saving until we're in dire straits, because that could get us out of a really difficult situation.
Yeah, you should definitely hang on to that somewhere secret and safe.
Yeah.
It's like in Game of Thrones when Arya gets 3 names.
Yeah.
There we go. Apt analogy.
You don't have to answer this, Arctic, but
Yeah.
do we know whether the Underlord of Westgate is still alive?
You could make a history. That'll do. A critical is good enough. That's as good as you can get. You think so? 25 is what you need, but with a natural 2022, you think so. Westgate has been one of the few cities throughout the Spell Plague and beyond to only just get stronger. And the idea that it could get stronger without there being someone in control of the underworld is a challenging thought. It's much more likely that there is some eternal force of darkness which is uniting Westgate for its own good, in a way. Westgate's a complex place. And so all signs point to yes.
Because what we know of a certain wizard, I wouldn't want to waste this name if there is a confusion on which one will die.
I hear you.
Anyway, that's as much as I'll say about it.
Yeah, I also think that would be a waste, because that's kind of something we are kind of fated to deal with ourselves at this point.
The other
Anyway,
question is he even under the sun, or is he somewhere else?
yeah. Anyway, so I'm gonna wait like a few minutes after he's left, so that he's like out of open the door, charge after him with a sword drawn distance, and I'm gonna turn to Anvil and kind of, Anvil, don't be smitten just yet, but I feel like I should probably point out that was a dark elf, not a dwarf.
What?
It's a little joke of his. He likes disguising himself as a dwarf, but that was Jarlaxle, the dark elf.
So why do we let him live then?
Well, I suppose
Keviak.
he's an important ally, friend, confidant.
Keviak.
We let you
And I
live,
place
yeah.
my arm on a table. Take it off.
Kaviak gives a solemn nod, slowly draws one of the hand axes off his belt and begins lining up a chop. He's like, "You're doing an honorable thing, friend."
Wait. Or I could
Back
use
you-
this hand to kill
Wait,
him.
why chop it off when you could use it to punch him?
This is smart, Kaviak. This is smart. Maybe another time.
I'm going to advise you against taking that course of action. How do I put this? He's a very resourceful dark elf. Very.
Well, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, he's prepared to hand out assassination tokens, so yeah.
Yeah, well,
But I
He
admire
can-
the dwarven passion nonetheless.
he can, let's use a coin on him. It's only fair.
Give the hit squad the guy's name.
We've really made it an Arya story.
Yeah. Right. Well, what do we think? Is this something that we would like to pursue? There's a tower of wizards that needs to be dealt with, and liches
Nah,
too,
he's a drow.
apparently. No? Okay, fair enough. There it is.
Look, Jalaxel has his own agenda. I'm not particularly fussed over, but if it's a reason for us to ransack a tower full of, well, you can assume what's in there.
Nah, he's a deceitful dog.
Such.
Don't trust him.
Look, Anvil, we've been working with him for a long time. He is a bit odd, to say the least, among other things, but it's worked out well for us so far.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We can sell it.
Besides, maybe you can take this as him admiring dwarfs. I mean, why else would he disguise himself as
I
one?
don't need admiration from a drow. No offense, Justin.
Quite a bit taken, but go on.
Sorry, I'll be back.
We, I suppose it's as you said, the cherry can be picked when we decide, and if we have the luxury of saying no as well. It's something that we can sit on because we have, more pressing matters to attend to.
His point about having a city directly to the north controlled by undead is also valid.
You're seeing it his way. It's so good that Jarl Axel's a good guy. So anyway,
this is what I meant by Jalaxel. He comes in with his own agenda and he spins it so that it almost sounds heroic coming from him. And if you look at it in all honesty, his approach isn't wrong. It's just that he's
Well, of
got
course.
his own reasons.
Yeah, of course. He's trying to pitch it appropriately towards us. That's naturally, yeah. But
As
I was,
much as I think Lucius, I probably would have preferred to have lived in ignorance.
But are there liches in this tower? Is that a legitimate claim?
Look, if I was a really powerful wizard that had just become a lich, and let's say I was discovered in Waterdeep and had nowhere to go because the temples were about to hunt me down and kill me, Luskan is probably the first place I would go.
Right. Okay. So
I mean, it's a pirate city that's ruled by. Well, I don't know if "ruled" is the correct word with Jalaxel's current position, but it's a pirate city that's kind of centered around this arcane brotherhood. Which,
right.
as far as I'm aware, they have a reputation for being very loose with rules that other arcane orders might follow. Can I roll a history check to see exactly how much we know about the Arcane Brotherhood?
you certainly can, yeah.
Because I feel like it's something we don't know about, but how much is a different question.
Yeah,
18?
yeah, 18's pretty cool. Let's see. There's two things that you need to know about the Arcane Brothers. Different eras. I'll start with the first. The Arcane Brotherhood has been a part of Luskan for a long time. Luskan, Ilusk, and Ilusk was one of the most important kingdoms of the North. The North has often had kingdoms and they've never really lasted, and Ilusk was one of the most successful. And that's why Luskan still exists, because while Ilusk fell, it just sort of morphed into something rather than being utterly annihilated like somewhere like Phalorn. And so these Arcane Brotherhood turned up, but it doesn't really matter. They turned up and they just established themselves, and they've been a part of the place ever since. But during, I think, either before the Spell Plague or around the Spell Plague, some heroes went and killed them all. They burned the place to the ground. Because the entire tower is half organic. It's a bit like a tree, and they literally burned the tower to the ground, and the Arcane Brotherhood was destroyed. And so throughout the Spell Plague, there was no Arcane Brotherhood in Luskan. What we as players know as the 4th edition era, there simply wasn't. They weren't there within Luskan. And then they just came back. They regrew their tower post Spell Plague. So what you might surmise is that they have done one of two things. They've either were destroyed and have now re-established themselves and are rebuilding themselves from the ground up, and they rebuilt their tower, grew it magically out of the ground, which is a tremendous feat. But then again, it's not outside the realm of anyone who has Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion to pull something like this off. Or they were affected by the Spell Plague and simply went to another plane and spent 100 years in planar exile and returned as if nothing had ever changed, or maybe having suffered loss, or maybe having grown in power, we can only guess. But they're back. And with an 18, you simply know that they are one of the 3 factions that makes up power within Luskan. Arcane Brotherhood, the ships, who are pirates, and in our mind at least, Reagan Diarthe. But whether anyone at all, except for us, considers them a faction is no history book certainly lists them as a power within Luskan.
Anyone that doesn't consider them a power in Luskan's probably in for a world of pain. Do not underestimate Jalaxor.
All right.
All right, well,
that's on the table, and I think it's good. We have more options now. I can say as I kind of roll my eyes. It's good. There's a lot to do. So, on the morrow, we head to Daggerford.
Indeed. Well, before heading off to bed, I think I might scry your father's tower and one of these Zentarum thugs.
Right. I have reason to believe that my parents may have been. I really don't know how it would be achieved, but I almost believe that my parents may have been cloned. To be honest, I have a feeling that might be the case because the cadaver was talking about the strange activity before she left Daggerford, and then I still feel as though they're on another plane. At least they were when I last contacted my dad. Maybe spy directly on the laboratory, see if anyone is there.
The laboratory is where the teleportation circle is, isn't it?
I think the circle's in the basement, and it goes up to like a living room sort of thing, and then up again to the lab. I think.
Let me see, how many casts can I do? 2 5th level, 1 6th level, so I can do 3 casts. Maybe I'll do the laboratory, the portal, the circle, and then one of these Zentarum thugs that killed the girl.
Okay, that sounds good.
Alright. So my first casting of scrying will be on Sanja's father's laboratory.
All right. There are currently 3 individuals. It's similar to how you left, but it also has a number of changes, mostly experiments that are currently in progress. The three individuals that you see, one is quite clearly a red wizard. You recognize this red wizard. You've killed him before. He's the guy that we killed in Daggerford last time. And I think we've killed him since. No, we haven't killed him since then. We've seen him at the embassy.
At the embassy, yeah.
Yeah, we buy our magic items from him. That's right. There is also a mind flyer. You can make an insight check to see if it's Nihilor or not, assuming that Nihilor wears the same set of clothes every day.
Are you assuming they all look the same to me? Because they do.
Apparently, they're all Nihilor. And finally, there is someone who is dressed in Sanja's father's clothing, but has no face. They have hair, but no face. They look much like Z. If you had never seen, if you weren't friends with Z, you might not recognize it. But if you've ever seen Z relax and if you've ever seen Z asleep, then that's what Z looks like.
So it's a shapeshifter.
Changeling, doppelganger, someone who can move their face.
So I'll describe all of that to these guys. There's a mind flayer, a red wizard, and a changeling in the laboratory. And then I will scry the teleportation circle, see if there's anyone watching it.
There's no one there.
So the circle's not being watched, but there's a mind flayer, a Thayan, and a changeling.
They're currently engaging in some discussion or experiment or something. Yeah.
Did I get an idea on what they're experimenting on? Because with scrying, you can see and hear.
Yeah, good call. Make an insight check.
11.
They appear to be discussing a document, not really doing science at all, but rather studying something and discussing the implications or...
This is, oh my.
This is all in your father's lab. The changeling appears to be wearing your father's clothing.
Okay. We should, I think we should move as soon as possible because my father had one of 4 elemental gems for some, like, ancient, like, temple of, I remember it. I wonder if I still have the notes written down. But if the Thayans, the Mind Flayers, and the Shape Changers get a hold of that, and the Thayans are with the Zentarum, it's... The Baneites then get their hands on these 4 gems. This is where, I don't know if this is what would actually happen, but this is kind of where my mind is taking me now. Like, this is all I think this just got very serious.
I wonder if Magic Jar would work on an Illithid. I think they're aberrations, not humanoids. It's a thought for another time. My final spell slot I will use to scry on which one, Sanj? Vortal or Fish?
Fish.
I will attempt to scry Fish. He has to make a, let me see what type of saving throw it is. Wisdom saving throw, and the DC is 12 because he has +5 because it's secondhand knowledge that I know about him. So wisdom saving throw, DC 12. Yeah, so that fails. That's a shame.
Okay.
Well, we should all get to rest, be ready to move tomorrow. Are we going first thing in the morning, or shall we wait for nightfall?
I think nightfall.
so it'll be more comfortable for me.
Well, there's that.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit more. Yeah, nightfall.
We'll rest now, and then in the morning we'll purchase any potions or anything we might need, and then we'll move.
How are we getting there?
We'll likely be
We have
teleporting.
all right.
Well, yeah, the teleportation circle in the basement of Sanja's father's house. No one's watching it, so we can go through quietly and get the jump on these bastards.
Might I take some of the fund out to pick up some paper and ink? I have a few spells that I'd like to copy over from the recent
all
books
right.
that we've picked up.
Which spells? I'll deduct how much we need.
All right, let's have a look here. So I've taken Alter Self already. I've paid for that. Let me see here.
While he's adding that up, if anyone
Yeah.
needs health potions or anything of the sort, jot that down probably in chat, and I'll calculate what we need, because we don't know what we're walking into.
Yeah. What is the health potion pricing?
50, 250,
50, 250, and then 750, I think.
750. Yeah.
I think I'll buy a greater healing potion for 250.
Cool.
Yeah. I think I'll buy 3 greater healing potions for 750 out of my personal.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy some bolts, and I guess I can see if I can buy the poison I was looking for, or trade for it.
Yeah, you absolutely are able to get.
Or all the materials able to make it, whichever is cheaper.
Do you have the materials?
At the moment, I'm just looking for like your basic, like assassin's blood, poison, like your run-of-the-mill stuff. Like, I'm not sure how difficult the
if
ingredients
you
would be
hit
to
the
find.
eye symbol in the top of roll 20, in the top right,
Right. Yep.
and search poison, it'll give you a list of poison.
Yeah. So if you don't actually specifically know the ingredients, then that's just the best way to do it. Otherwise, you have to collect like specific ingredients. Yeah.
Hit on poison rules, and it'll give you the poison, what type of poison it is, and how much it costs.
Right.
Gold
Thanks.
cost, Sanj. I can't deduct names from the treasury.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I've just listed that myself, so now I'm getting the gold cost total for you. Yeah, sorry. What is that?
Probably in this situation, definitely won't need control water, I don't think. So it
Yeah.
might be best to do that later on.
Sure. Okay. Sorry, I'm just figuring out what's happening here. That's another. It's 50 per level, isn't it? 50 per spell level.
Yes, halved if it's
Yeah.
your type.
Yep. Which none of these are, I think. And then Evid's is 4th level.
Evard's tentacles.
Yeah. Yeah, it is
It's
4th
fifth.
level.
Oh, it's 4th. Okay.
So it's 500 gold. Oh no, sorry. It won't be 500 gold. It'll be. No, it will be. Sorry. Yep, 500 gold.
Are you spending any from yourself, or?
I can spend 100 gold. I've got 103 gold on my person right now, so I'm happy to do that. So
Alright, I'll
call it
deduct.
400 from the fund, and I'll just I'll put in the 100.
Yeah,
Copy that,
has
sorry.
my 3 standard Healy boys been approved?
Yeah,
purchase?
that's easy enough. That's 50 each, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can always.
So I'll take
Nice.
450 out of the treasury.
Yeah, the Healy boys.
There we go.
No results found. What? Oh, it's probably because it wants potion of healing.
Yeah.
Apparently, you can't type in Healy Boys, and the game doesn't.
Funny that.
But man, AI. You would think that the AI was.
You know those.
It's like it doesn't know Dwarven.
You know those "I'm not a robot" clicky things where you have to choose like the traffic lights or the cars and stuff.
Yeah.
It doesn't need that to tell you're a human. You're just teaching AI how to work.
Nice.
We were talking about this in just the other game. Hey.
I thought you were going to talk about the
Yeah.
video where it's like, this guy literally programmed a robot to click "I'm not a robot" to get.
That's against the law, man.
And
What else
if we're planning on going in the evening, I'll stay up like throughout the night transcribing all of those, and then sleep like.
It'd be the
normal day.
evening the next day because we stayed up till like midnight for Jalaxle, so
Yeah.
we still have to long rest. So it'll be like early to mid morning
so
when
I
we
can-
wake up.
Yeah, I can spend tomorrow day transcribing.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So
yeah.
my thought is that we sleep in till like lunchtime,
Mm.
and then we do any shopping we need and we hit them once it's nighttime.
Perfect. Or actually don't know if I could get Black Tentacles in, because it would take me 8 hours. So maybe I can do. I'll start transcribing that if possible. If that's how you play Arctic.
It'll take 8 hours.
Because it's 2 hours per spell level, and it's not a transmutation spell.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you definitely won't have time to do all of them then.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll transcribe what I think I'll be using, and then if it's cool with you, Arctic, maybe like note how much time I've started to transcribe on them, or do you work it in like the solid kind of blocks?
No, I don't mind. I just let you guys.
Okay, cool.
The rules is written. Yeah.
Sure. All right.
Yeah.
So I'll probably be able to snag like 2 of the second level spells.
I will continue priming my armor for enchantment.
Yeah, well, what I was hoping to do is I got 5 vials of drow poison on me, and there's 8 vials in the treasury. And I was hoping to take 10 of those and try to trade them for 10 vials of assassin's blood, which according to this is less valuable than drow poison.
Is it also ingestion though? Like, isn't assassin blood something that you put into food?
Oh yeah, it is ingested. Yeah, never
Yeah.
mind. I missed that bit. That makes
Almost
that complicated.
played yourself.
Yeah, serpent venom is the next cheapest thing, but I need serpent venom, which I don't know how to get.
What if you
Kill giant
shot
serpents.
assassin's poison into someone's mouth?
You can buy any of them any of them that are wrong. But in order to make them, you need the ingredients. So if they're there, you can buy them. Yeah, if that's unclear.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
If you want them 8 vials of poison, you can take them. Like I don't know if you'll get far trading them, but yeah, if you want them, you can take them.
Well, I'm the only one who uses poison, so I might as well take them.
Yeah, I'll remove them then. It's just like the wine and the opium and stuff that Lucius won't let you just take freely. the luxury goods.
Should consume them, yeah. So
Yeah, the way Lucius sees it is that black wine is like his trade goods with Adrastia. Like if it looks like she's about to blow up and kill someone, he can sneak her a bottle under the table. Like, calm down, calm down.
it's like bribes.
Yeah, exactly. I got black wine in there to bribe Adrastia with. You got chunks of mithril to bribe the dwarves with. No, it's all good. Got a bit for everyone.
You hear that, Caviar? All we have to do is kill a gesture and we'll get bribes with me.
Yeah.
That will
Honestly, it's
probably
pretty
not
racist
result
to
in
Yeah, it's pretty racist to assume that just because I'm dwarf, I can be distracted with a shiny piece of metal.
I mean, can you?
I mean, if it's adamantine.
Listen, I think we got some adamantine in the bag of holding as well. Let
Yeah.
me see.
Keviak knows his worth.
I mean, whatever.
He
helps
is
me enchant, I
essentially
guess.
decked head to toe in adamantine.
Mm.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking of. You got all the adamantine.
You look like Juggernaut, I imagine.
Yeah, like I imagine between all the fucking shit he's carrying, he weighs nearly a ton. Well, I guess in game terms he doesn't because the armor has a set weight, but still. He should weigh a ton considering it's, well, let's see.
If we were playing it, if it wasn't D&D, but something
Yeah,
else.
realistically. Anyway.
I mean, I'm sure we've all heard the conversation about how realistically a giant or a dragon wouldn't be able to support their own weight. But I mean, it's Dungeons and Dragons, so.
I'll buy 5 vials of serpent venom at its retail market price.
Perfect.
That'll be
You
1,000
buy it.
gold.
You buy it from a.
Cutting out there, I think.
Sorry about that. You buy it as buy it from a wine tea disguised as a human.
Sounds about right. That gives me 15 shots. Which, let me check the effects again. It's a pretty simple con save, only DC 11, but if they fail it, then it is 3d6 poison damage. And half as much on a successful one. Basically, this is for when I I want something really dead.
Alright, for spell preparation, are we going like quiet infiltration this time around, or?
Hang on a sec. Yeah, I'm taking things like I got hold person, I've got greater invisibility, dimension door. I'm gonna take alarm so I can snapcast it behind, like as we're moving. I think that'd be kind of valuable. So as we like move up into the tower, if we decide to go up into the lab, I can just like drop an alarm down on the door.
It's a 1 minute cast time.
Oh, I see. It is, isn't it? It's not one action. It's a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, because that would have been disastrous. Okay. I'm sort of preparing spells with the fact that there are going to be casters there, so like slow counterspell, dispel magic.
So, like, I should probably prepare this.
I mean, yeah. Sure, yeah. Yeah, jeez. Into, so we can cast out of this? Damn. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we can cast out of it. They can't cast in.
Right.
That spell is basically I don't have anti-magic field yet, but I'm gonna fuck your day up anyway to wizards.
Yeah. Alright. So...
Because basically, I'm thinking if I stand 10 feet behind Anvil and Keviak and then activate that spell, Anvil and Keviak can just run up on the front line, and no spells are going to be able to touch them. Well, under 5th level, so
Yeah.
someone
Just
still like
puts-
disintegrate them.
And someone, yeah, they can get within the circle and cast spells, I suppose, or within the globe. But still, yeah, that's a good.
Then they'll get pumped.
That's the thing, exactly. They
Yeah, that's the
walk into
thing
their
is that
dome.
if I'm there behind you guys and you're at the front of the sphere, people have to come within 5 feet of you. Actually, if you're at the very edge of it, they can't even do that. They'd have to be touching you to cast a spell on you. And at that point, they've got 2 dwarfs just chopping them to
I
pieces.
could also become a giant for a minute as well. So, I'm not a giant, but like, you know, a large creature as well. Fucking nobody could come in, boot them out.
But yeah, I think if you two are at the front while I got that spell going, and if we got a Drastia at the back slinging crossbow bolts out, we should be able to fuck up some wizards pretty good.
So here's what I think: we get into the tower. If it's too hairy, I'm planning on bringing the homunculus, so I'll leave that in the basement. Into into where we teleport to. We'll go upstairs, and if we need to, I'll kind of employ what we used against that Death Knight. I'll bring up the Arcane Gate once again. And that should give us a bit of time to regroup. Assuming, of course, Keviak is prepared to retreat.
I mean, it'll depend.
Nonetheless,
I dug my grave in that tower. I was prepared to die.
Yes. Well, I'm just letting you know that I'll rather than just dropping it randomly, just letting you know I'll have it in the back pocket should we need to leave quickly.
So, what's the plan if we teleport in? There's a beholder again who immediately turns around and makes the teleport stop working.
Then I think in that case we run the same plan. The two dwarves run in. If that's the case, if the circle goes dark, we wait about 5 minutes, and then
that won't be a problem. I'm preparing for such a situation. I'm bringing this with me this time.
That's now something we're working into all of our teleportation plans.
Well,
Just
it's not.
in
It's not
case there's
just.
a beholder.
It's not just for that. If we get there and that Illithid is there, the very first thing I'm gonna do is zap him with that. I think.
Yeah, and then we'll punch him to death.
Yeah, exactly.
Or just bring out the lodestone.
And I've just rolled my portents as a GM roll, and I got some rather good ones this time. So
Nice.
No.
I'm just thinking. Yeah, I think I have a good selection of spells. I'll bring Conjure Elemental as well in case shit really gets going. Although I can take that or Polymorph. What do you think is the better?
Polymorph.
Polymorph is transmutation.
Polymorph.
yeah, I mean, I've always got polymorph prepared. So
The utility of that versus you unleashing an elemental and then you losing concentration at elemental fighting us.
It was one time. It was one time at band camp, alright?
And you've been in a lot of band camps.
Yeah, and I'm still a pretty average musician. Okay, I think I will bring Polymorph instead.
Yeah, think of the T-Rexes.
I'll have telekinesis as well. I think I've got a pretty good little repertoire here, so I'm essentially ready to go.
I'll bring my hammer.
Very good.
And my axe.
I will.
the
begin-
problem
with
is
this.
that polymorph as to elemental is a completely new source of damage, whereas polymorph is just replacing one of
Yeah.
our players with a Tyrannosaurus.
Plus, they
Yeah,
do have some like interesting aspects to the elementals, like the Zorn.
Not to mention that an elemental can like hold the ground while the party retreats, whereas a polymorph that's always tied to a character.
Well, I mean,
Generally, yeah. Might just polymorph the homunculus.
Well, it's based off of level to CR,
Oh right.
so you need someone to be like level 8 to polymorph them into a T-Rex anyway.
Okay.
well, I mean, you're the caster. I won't.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I'm just here to make sure nothing comes up and starts whacking you.
Look, I mean, honestly, I've got polymorph. I think it's best if you take elemental because I do not have elemental, and it might be nice to have it in case.
Yeah.
Just is Keviak and I taking the front again?
Worked out last time. Is that okay? Do you have another suggestion?
No, I have no quarries with it. Just ensure that we have a way out in case
Naturally.
that happens again.
Put it this way. We We know the sigil. We can get back to that. We can get back to this tower if we need to.
Mhm.
I'll still have the ability to get there again. Should I not be able to get to it the first time? For
Oh,
whatever
well,
reason.
say no more.
It's fine. The only thing that means is that we need to stay overnight, unless of course you have TP circle.
Well, I think not in the tower overnight. It might be best to work something out and then get outside the walls of Daggerford. I'm gonna ask you something quickly out of character, Arctic, and this is based entirely off of how you feel about this. So because we're going into a completely unknown situation, I feel inclined to bring the Shield Guardian, but I also know that you're not too fond of the Shield Guardian's abilities.
Yeah, exactly right. So, like, if you're willing to attune your shield gun, and you feel, by all means do. It really is your campaign, and if you throw yourself into something that's far too dangerous for you, that's too bad. But it's a story that I want to see keep going. So, I'm not going to annihilate you for no reason either. But you throw yourself into something that you're far too strong for already, and over prepare yourself for. I won't interfere in that either. So this might be one of those two situations. It might not be either of those. If you want to bring the Shield Guardian, as long as you're willing to attune to it, you can absolutely do so.
Yeah, I feel inclined to do so, mainly because we have no information about what we're walking into. Like, we don't know if there's a Legion of Zentarum in the city.
It's a very loud thing, though. So
That's
it's
true.
you might as well bring in a fucking walking death machine, because that's what it is. It's
that's true.
not only is it loud, it's also a tremendous like if I was a that.
Fuck yeah, I'll have to leave it behind. I had not considered that because we're planning on being sneaky.
What's this, sorry?
We're planning on being sneaky. I should
Oh,
add
we've got a big giant robot thing that can come with us for dangerous situations.
Oh, nah. Don't need it. You've already got me and Kev.
What happens if you reduce the size of the? How big is it? Because it goes to an eighth of its size, right?
How long
And
does
it also
reduce
does like
last
a
for?
D4 less
It's a
damage.
minute. But I'm wondering, like, if you reduce it, put it in the bag of holding, what happens? Does it shunt itself out if it gets too big because it's already in space?
If when the spell ends, I'm willing to bet the bag of holding will explode because I guarantee you that thing weighs more than 500 pounds.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I wasn't 100% on the limitations of the bag as well. Okay. Never mind. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I'll leave it behind.
Hmm.
We've just got to keep an escape plan in mind then, because this could be dangerous.
Are you preparing Wall of Force at all?
I have always got Wall of Force prepared.
Cool, because that might come in handy if we need to set up a circle out of there.
Yeah, that's why I've got it always prepared.
Good. Okay. That as a final insurance, do you have teleportation circle? Because in the event
I do not, and I do not think that teleportation circle is a good escape plan because it takes a minute to cast.
Right.
I think that a good escape plan is us having a way to get outside of Daggerford, because I feel like worst case scenario we slip into the woods and set up a couple of tiny huts.
Yeah.
And I mean, that may draw the attention of like goblins or ogres or monsters like that, but I feel like at our level, monsters like that aren't that much of a threat to us.
Sure. Arctic is, from memory, is the tower. Is there a 500 radius centered on 500 foot radius centered on the tower? Like, could I dimension door outside the walls from within the tower?
Yeah.
Like
have a look at the check for yourself. I shared them.
Oh, you've got a couple of maps
earlier.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Have a look and see what you think. Like, I would, but the map might contradict us.
Does the map? That's...
Where's this map?
It's a little. I'll try and pull up a map.
Oh, have you got like has Sanj got like a map of Daggerford?
I shared it in Discord before. Several maps in Discord.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the scale. Oh yeah, I think that's yep. It's because the. I'll show you a. I'll try and take a reasonable screenshot if I can. Like. This here. The scale is like the largest thing on the scale is 150 feet. So that's yeah. And then the tower is in the top left. Yeah, okay. So we can easily arcane gate outside of the walls, but I just need to get my homunculus out of the tower.
Yeah, that shouldn't be difficult.
Alright. So we get in. We look for clues about the current situation in the tower. We deal with whatever threats we can as quietly as possible. We leave and plan our next move. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Right.
Seems about right.
Alright. I shall cast Mage Armor upon myself.
I shall also cast Mage Armor upon myself.
I'll cast non-detection and protection from poison on myself.
Is it worth perhaps scrying on the destination before we go through it? Are you prepared to?
I did
once
not
more?
prepare Scry
Okay,
for a
sure.
second day because I want to prepare a heap of other spells.
Right. Well, this will be interesting. I'm sure we'll be fine. And I shall begin casting Teleportation Circle, the destination being the circle in my dad's tower.
Also, I should add real quick that I'm no longer capable of casting the silence spell. When we leveled up, I tossed it to learn something else.
You've got Pass Without Trace, right?
I'd still have that, yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
So I've used one lot of the chalk. All
By the
right.
way, we are using those new UA class features, so rangers are able to swap out spells on a long rest. Swap out one spell of the same level during a long rest.
Oh, interesting.
That's cool.
I didn't realize that. When did this happen?
It's UA class features that came out about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Well, I am using the UA version of the Ranger, so I guess it would be fitting.
Completely different.
Do I have to give up
It
a
replaces
different
class
feature?
features. That's all it does. But this one just adds onto the spellcasting feature.
Right. So
The new UA, all that stuff is optional too, so you don't have to use it.
I don't really see myself using it, so I'll just pretend, I'll just disregard it for now.
Take out my hammer. Look at Kev.
Alright, we'll have about 6 seconds.
You going first, Kev, or am I?
I mean, I'm pretty confident in this big ass shield. I'll take point. If you want to, or if you don't want to.
So
To avoid a repeat of the previous situation, Lucius will go with them like as soon as the portal's open.
Alright. Be safe, you three. We'll see you shortly. And I will inscribe that final chalk line to finish the circle.
You want me going in with the initial group as well?
You do a fuck ton of damage on the first round of combat, so I'd say yes.
Okay.
Remember, guys, no yelling. Ah!
Should I cast Pass Without Trace?
I'm a
and
barbarian, man.
Ah.
That's like,
That's a good
especially
idea.
now that I have thaumaturgy.
Keviak, don't you fucking dare. No raging
when-
until we're discovered,
Stealth
alright?
is for cowards, isn't that right, Keviak?
Do you know what I did on
Fine.
Friday? I mean, Sirloin knows what I did on Friday, but my dwarf went out into the middle of a castle courtyard and used
Oh,
torment
Arctic,
damage.
yeah, Arctic told us this story yesterday.
It was in the great.
It's a very cool moment.
It was also just emptied the whole of it.
So when we're just
Alright.
about to enter the circle, I'll cast Pass Without Trace.
All right. Okay. Well, I was unsure about how you would go about, and so it's had to have been left pretty open by necessity. And thus I have whipped up Sanja's dungeon in a period of about 23 minutes. You're gonna love it.
We got you, boy. All out fluffing around, talking shit. Back to your mind.
That's all right. So, you're not doing any further scrying beforehand. You've looked at what you want to. You've interrogated the dead, and you launch your assault without further ado.
I mean, yeah, we scryed it the previous evening and they didn't have a guard keeping watch, so even if there's someone there, I'm thinking along the line of thought that if we charge them, it's not someone that's there to keep a guard, it might just be someone doing something else in the room. We might be able to take them out before they raise an alarm.
Could be a squad of Thanes that have just rocked up with the same idea. Like, although they're coming in for like business, so we both just teleport at exactly the same time.
I feel like teleportation is quite a rare thing,
Yeah.
and our luck we'd be like cursed by Bishaba
Yeah.
if we rocked up at the same time as a squad of
You
Thanes.
guys could stop hypothesizing now.
Arctic's like, fuck, that's a good idea. Let me put a lich here and a couple of archmages here.
Give me 5 more minutes. That's the way. Yeah, no, but serious. Okay. So the tactics are important, or rather the strategy more than tactics. You know that there's a laboratory, and you know that Lady Daggerford is within the city somewhere. Do you have any? Let me understand if I understand your objectives clearly. You are teleporting in. You will then use your element of surprise to overwhelm this property, namely the Wizard Tower, and we'll go from there. You have no strategy. Is that correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
That's kind of it. We're
Yeah.
rocking up
Okay,
to get
cool.
a bit of the situation. Yeah.
The plan can't break down if there is no plan.
Good point, Eddie Murphy. Thank you. Sorry, you know the meme.
Show
Anyway.
them how weak the
Worst-
plan really is.
Yeah, worst case scenario, we just escape to outside the walls of Daggerford because Daggerford's much smaller than Waterdeep, and then we just wage guerrilla warfare against Zentarum for a couple of days.
All right. Sounds like we do have a plan after all.
I mean, that's worst case scenario.
Yeah. And it still sounds
But,
pretty sick.
It's a plan that the DM can't foil because it is unspoken.
Exactly right.
Well, don't taunt him like that. He will find a way.
I know my town well. Now we get down to tactics. What are your tactics for the tower? Are you just sending Keviak in to?
All right. So
have
how
some
we're
other-
doing this is that I believe we're going in two waves. So Sanja's opening the portal, and then all at once, Keviak, Anvil, Adrastia, and Lucius are piling in.
All right.
Lucius is not kind of fond of this, but he recognizes that he kind of has to go in case there's something there that can shut the portal down. So I can get like first round Dispel Magic or Hold Monster or something off.
All right. And so once you're in, you'll then, because this room that you're a basement, a cellar, as I understand it at least. And so you'll be going up a narrow set of stairs from there, and then into the rest of the building. What's from there? You just murder everyone?
Well, Adrastia has passed without a trace on, so it will have plus 10
Alright.
on stealth rolls, and the idea is that we'll try and be sneaky. We want to try and kill everything, because we're going in like the middle of the night.
Yep.
So while it's entirely possible they may all be up doing experiments in the lab, because, you know, wizards don't follow normal sleep cycles and all that, we're going in the middle of the night to try and catch them off guard. We want to sneak through and just butcher everything in this building so we can get an idea of like what's happening. Like I'm
Alright.
assuming that if they've taken over Sanja's dad's wizard's tower, there's probably like notes and journals and stuff that we can scour through. So ideally we take the tower without anyone raising an alarm.
Alright. Cool. Okay, that's definitely given me enough to go on. And I'll now take us over to the greatest map that you'll ever see.
Is that a beholder?
Of course, it's a beholder.
Okay.
Alright. So this is where we begin. We have arrived, like, as you can first wave, head up the stairs immediately, or the first wave wait until the second gets in. What do you prefer?
Can we hear voices or anything coming from upstairs?
Alright, so the first wave arrives, the first thing you do, perception check.
We should probably do stealth checks as well, considering we're being sneaky from the very get-go.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, as soon as you start to move, you'll need to make them, so...
I teleport silently.
Yeah, that's right. The teleport is silent, but if you start moving at all...
I don't have
you'll need
to make a stealth check if I don't move.
That's right, you won't. That's absolutely correct. Yeah.
But that doesn't seem very wise. Let's go. 19.
19's alright. Okay. So, the perception first, before you ever even start moving. You hear the sounds of armoured people moving throughout the course up the stairs. It reminds you when might march through a castle.
You cut out a little bit there. Did you say like in a courtyard, or did you mean they're on a floor above us?
A floor above you, like a pikeman moving through. Yeah.
Does
you
it
hear
sound like a single set of boots or multiple?
Make an insight check. You can't tell because
Can I make an inside check?
you absolutely can. You're not sure if it's an echo or
Thanks to my giant rune on my helmet, I have advantage on inside check.
good.
Yeah, the boy. Yeah, the boy. Didn't need it. I'm the best.
You're absolutely certain that you can place pretty much where these guards are. You think that there are 3 sets of them. One of them is not far away from you, just above you, and by himself. Sounds like he's marching around in, I don't know, plate armor, scale mail, something like that. Another guy is doing the same thing, probably on a different level. Maybe marching near the bedrooms, who knows? But he's definitely in a different spot, doing a very similar routine. Finally, you hear a group of multiple people, 2 or 3 maybe, in a room off by themselves. There are other noises throughout the castle as well, but you filter them out and you concentrate on the clinking of armor, the smashing of heavy boots, and that's what you hear. One guy almost straight above you, one guy maybe a level above him, and then somewhere else, perhaps out in the courtyard, maybe not even in this tower, a small group of soldiers.
I'll convey that with hand gestures.
Quite emphatic.
I'll look towards Anvil and Keviak. Which one of you is more confident about killing someone quickly?
Well, I mean, we have an assassin with us.
Adrastia uses ranged weapons, which is an advantage for us. Ideally, two of you can attack at once.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's one like literally right there. If you want to go, Kev, you or me, give him a whack whack.
As you talk, he turns around. He reaches the edge of his starts going back the other way.
All right. I think Keviak probably, because Annival's a bit more of a beefy. Oh, so is I've seen Keviak kill people in like one hit. So I think we'll send Keviak with Adrastia directly behind him, and we'll try and time this so that his back is towards the stairs, or at least it sounds like his back is towards the stairs.
Yeah.
If we can get Keviak to approach him and get within range to chop him down if he survives a couple of shots from Adrastia, then we'll
Can we paralyze him, gag him, and then leave him down here?
Yeah, do you have hold person?
I do.
That sounds a lot better.
I suppose I'll make my stealth check as well now.
Yeah, go up with Adrastia, hold person, and then Adrastia, if the spell doesn't work, just shoot him. Hold person might be ideal because it might make some noise if he clatters and falls over after getting shot.
We need to make sure he's gagged. Because the moment the paralysis drops, if it does, there's the alarm.
It's alright, we'll just knock him out.
Alright. I'm going to make a note of leaving my homunculus in this room for now. And make my way to the stairs. And while as I'm doing so, I'm pulling out like that small bar of iron. It's the component for the spell.
All right. In order for you to, you've got the stealth, and that's great. But in order for you to time it correctly so that he comes back, you'll need an insight check. You don't have to do it that way, though. You're already quite stealthy. You could perhaps just line him up like a slipper.
Could I guide them, like direct?
It'd have to be a new check.
Okay, that's fair enough.
So basically, it comes down to whoever's initiating it. So it'll be up to Sanj to use his own instinct.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I will. I'll make that insight check if I can.
Yeah.
Is there any way I can help him with the previous knowledge?
You can give him an advantage. Yeah. You can give him
22.
the assist action, I think. All right, but even as you're trying to point it out to him, he's already gone. He's already taken you're like, go, but he's gone. And Sanj, your timing couldn't be more perfect. You slink up these spiral staircase, just like you used to when you snuck past your parents in order to go down here when you weren't allowed. And you know exactly how to get up here silently, moving through your own house. You come across a guy in heavy armor. Again, I can't remember if it's plate or scale, but it's certainly it's good armor. He has his sword in hand. He has his shield lowered, and he is just walking sort of professionally through the establishment.
Sure. Yeah, and I will just like that bar of iron in my right hand, hold it out in front of myself, and like mutter the incantation, release the spell as I cast Hold Person.
All right.
So he fails. DC was 17, and as I see him kind of seize up, I motion to, I believe it was Keviak, and I kind of like usher him in with my left hand.
Roll for initiative.
Oof. I suppose that's fitting.
That's a really low score for me.
It's
Well, at least you still beat him, Sanj.
I'll still be under. Watch me match the veterans initiative. Ooh.
Almost.
Okay.
Good thing we're not playing Shadowrun.
This is actually a fairly accurate representation of what it looks like. It's a narrow corridor at the top of a spiral staircase. He's walking down. He's walked back here. He started back. He's currently heading in this direction. Yeah, it's not too bad a representation of what it looks like. Up a flight of stairs, of course. The stairs are not very high, 10 feet maybe.
I
How's
suppose
this going?
I suppose I would be like on the stairs, right? Because I've kind of just
Yeah.
popped up.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
Sure.
You prairie dogging.
Yeah.
How do we... Waiting for Keviak, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Then we'll just skip down to the Keviak. It's Keviak's go.
Lucius is gonna kind of make a point of take him out before the spell wears off, before he breaks free, and like a across his throat motion.
Yeah, KVX got it. Yeah, he's going to move out past Sanj and doing his best to be quiet with the pass without a trace on. Dash up to the guy and lay into him twice with the Iron Conqueror.
All right.
Advantage
Okay.
and automatic criticals.
Mm-hmm.
Grazie.
Wow.
So roll another 2d8.
48, actually.
Oh, fuck.
Because I'm a barbarian.
Right.
Alright, 16 plus 11.
But you're not raging though, are you?
27. Oh, I am not. That's right.
No.
We were attacked.
21.
So 42.
All
42.
right. What does your attack look like?
Kevier probably just runs up and just runs his sword through the guy's like gut or some shit like that.
When you wrench it back out with the counter, he stands there as he should, and the blood. It was a the man is still standing.
If I knew we were attacking him, I would have ran within 5 feet of him and shot him in the face.
All right.
Like now.
I guess it gets to the let's attack. So there's not much room now since it's only a
Yeah,
corridor.
if it's obvious that this fellow is not dead, I think Sanj probably would act. I think he'd probably try and sorry, you're gonna have to remind me again. Rules for so I can enter an allied space, do something, and then leave that space. It's just difficult terrain.
You're not supposed to be able to. No.
Okay,
No.
in that case, that's fine. That's cool. Sure, I am then. Oh, let's see. Yeah, I'm worried about casting a spell making too much noise, but we've just thrown two swords at this guy, so sure, I'm just going to cast Ray of Frost.
All right.
So I've got the bar of metal in one hand, and my wand comes out. I just point it directly at his fucking head, just let it go. So I think it's still advantage because
It is. I think. No.
Just keep in mind,
I think
I think so. Just keep in mind that when the saving throw is made on his turn, it's at the end of his turn. So Keviak still has another round of attacks on this guy.
But he can use his reaction.
So it's another 12 points of cold damage.
His reaction to say, ow.
Exactly. So
Ow.
So his turn
you
comes around.
freeze him. You freeze him in place, and he attempts to slip off the enchantment, to raise the alarm, but he is held and silent. And I guess we'll skip back down to Keviak again. We don't have to, but
I think I don't think this guy will survive another round of Keviak wailing on him.
Yeah, misclick there. But yeah. Kiviak's just gonna be like, fuck, he survived that, and stab him again. So 17 hit.
Can you imagine rolling 2 17s and 2 23? What are the odds?
Slim.
Alright. Did a 17 hit?
I think he's pretending to be the veteran, which is dead.
The 17 will hit him, but the 23 makes absolutely certain that the job is done.
Alrighty, yeah.
And assuming the body doesn't like fall limp after
Yeah,
it dies.
Kiviak will catch it so it doesn't
Yeah.
make noise.
Yeah, make a strength saving throw. I don't expect. It's only DC 10. I can't. You can, yeah, okay.
Just starts like bench pressing this fucking corpse.
Quietly stuffs him into the bag of holding.
Yeah. Yeah, this is professional. You'd make Geppetto proud.
Can I pat this guy down? Any like documentation, who he is, names, papers, anything identifying who he's working
Nothing.
for?
You can get his rank, and that's about it. You might be able to get. Probably not going to mean a lot to you anyway. You get his rank, and with an insight check, you might be able to get his race. He's human, but not all humans are the same.
Mate.
Yeah, they're all the same, Sanj.
Sure. Yeah.
So you get his rank. Yeah. I don't know exactly the entire regular rank. The guy is a lieutenant.
Lieutenant. Okay.
Mm.
So lieutenant of the Zentara. Cool. All right. Any coin?
No coin. Just really good equipment.
Sure. Okay.
Guys on duty. Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Quickly drag.
But how good does it compare?
It's good for stuff that is mass manufactured.
Oh, nah. So it's shit then. All goods.
It's no work of art. No,
Yeah.
it's not a work.
Wow. Yeah, a human probably made this.
All right.
Yeah.
It's been taken care of.
Slave.
We still have a few more in this tower.
Yeah, there was
I'll have to
there was
keep
one
an
that was
eye
like
out.
2 floors above maybe, and then a small congregation somewhere in the courtyard, I believe.
Right.
All right,
At
let's
least that
move.
was when we first ported in.
So now that we're heading up to the first floor, Arctic, do you want to kind of restate where, from where we are?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So the objective. What is your objective to get to?
To clear the tower without being discovered.
All right. So to clear the tower. In that case, we can just move on to. Well, the person you're almost certainly running will be another guard, the patroller above this level. You come into the ground level, and you're in with the aquarium and with kitchens, and maybe there's the guest room. So you're on the bottom floor now, cellar, and there's not much here that Sanj expects to be particularly necessary. Adrastia might feel otherwise. She might look over at some of the fish and go, you could extract assassin's blood or some other highly toxic venom from that particular tropical fish. And someone who's into aquariums will probably have a wet dream. This place is like, it's practically underwater world. It's amazing.
Like Sanjay's cousins and stuff.
Pretty much. We house all the extended family.
I can't handle the races. And anyway, and so that's all that there really is. But beyond that, you can see the town of Dagford outside the windows beyond, and there are Zentaran patrols out there. They're not heavy patrols, but they appear to have replaced the militia or the.
Are any of these windows open at the moment?
Yeah.
Cool. So what I'll do is I am then going to. I'll cast greater invisibility on my homunculus and bid that it leave and fly out towards, shall we say, the western wall of town. Yeah, Sure.
Yeah, western wall.
Yep.
Western wall's closest, I think.
So outside the western wall of the town of Daggerford, and it'll just maybe perch up in a tree, find somewhere like that. I'm not telling it to hide and wait for us, basically, and I'll kind of have obviously the 24/7 feed of it, but yeah.
An escape route for Arcane Gate if we get in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
there's-
Yeah. No, I see what you're doing. Yeah.
So there's greater invisibility, and yeah, kind of just send it out. All right. So that's the back door sorted.
Alright, for the next guard, let's try and be a bit more careful here. I think if you can hug the wall a bit, Keviak, leave a bit of room to the side for Adrastia to shoot at your target if they don't go down straight away.
Alright.
So yeah, we'll move on to the next guard.
All right. So we're gonna run that again.
Yeah. We've got an efficient way of dealing with this, but I think 5e is not the best system for this kind of thing. Particularly with the hit point system. I mean, if you got someone paralyzed and you've got the barbarian right behind them and they stab them through the chest and they're still standing.
Back in my day, we just upcast sleep and coup de grace them.
I miss those days.
So I guess yeah. So what? It'll be Keviak, myself, and then Adrastia to bring up the rear.
I guess we're the hit squad.
Yes.
Cool.
All right. The situation is similar to the other one. It's once again you're at the staircase, and they are patrolling a corridor. The corridor leads to the various bedrooms of the house. Yeah, you're starting to feel like professionals because it's becoming familiar.
Before we do head upstairs to gank this guy, is there a key in the front door?
The door is currently locked. Is there a key? Let's see. No, I don't think that they'd leave the key in the front door, but it's locked from this side.
Cool. Okay. Good to know.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So we kind of pop my head around, see where that guard is, and then yeah, hold person, I suppose. If he's
All right. That's how we begin this.
yeah. Try it
Perfect.
again.
Keviak,
Turns
this
up-
is so simple, such simple bugbear.
Yeah, there's almost no sport in this. Like,
Not really.
You want me to take the lead on this one then?
nah, I got it.
He's like, it's no fun, but I don't want the Dark Elf to outdo me.
So I'm again concentrating on that. That's cool.
And Adrastia, you should roll as well.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that's more like the number I usually roll.
This guy's going to sleep. Sleeping with the fishies.
I feel like I want to join in, but I feel fuck it up, so I'm just gonna abstain.
I want to keep my alignment, so I'm not going to join in.
I want to keep my alignment.
Nice. Nice to be something I like.
Yeah, I'm just using Zevran's cloak to cover my eyes.
All right, let's have a look. Well, let's get this party started, I suppose.
Is it a 5-foot corridor?
It's a 5-foot corridor. That's right. And he can be at any position along the corridor that we prefer because he is our bitch.
Yeah, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run up to him within 5 feet so I can get the critical hits, and then step back so Keviak can have some room to get in and hit him in case I don't finish him off.
He's gonna fucking point blank him, what, 3-4 times with a crossbow?
You'll have to make an acrobatics check to be able to do such
Oh, will I?
narrows.
Acrobatics check to do what?
To do such a maneuver in space. Like, imagine yourself getting in there and then flipping back out.
Ah,
It's all just so perfectly coordinated. And in order to do that, then you're going to have to use some serious cartwheeling bullshit. It's not that difficult. It's just like a DC 10. But
Basically,
I really
let's
want
put it
to.
like this, Adrastia. Keviak is in front of you. You want to get past him. You want to
yeah,
attack the guy, and you want to get back. But there's no way Adrastia wants to make skin contact with Keviak.
good way of putting it.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Miss me with that dwarf shit.
I really want to point blank, and I'm gonna attempt to make the check.
All right, go ahead.
Point
DC 10 to
blank.
get in, DC 10 to get out. Yeah, all right. You're in there, you can make your attacks, and then you can try to tumble away again.
Just flip over Keviak, I guess. Alright, so this should be pretty devastating, I would assume, unless I roll really badly. I'm gonna bonus action Hunter's Mark him just for overkill.
Well, why not?
Here it comes.
You gotta really make sure you know where this fucker is.
Alright, so first attack. 19.
That hits.
So that doubled.
So you have to roll another 1d10 and another 1d6.
Right.
Oh my god.
It's a 36.
So that's just one of 3 shots.
Yeah, that's 39.
He goes.
The next one. 17.
It'll do it because you're hitting him from his shield.
Plus another d10 and another d6.
27, 31.
What is going on right now?
Because he's paralyzed, it's automatic criticals on him.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And she's
And I
just
think
point
the top
blanking him
shooting
with a
feat as well.
heavy crossbow.
That's so fucking menacing. Oh my god.
Oh,
Well, at least this will do it for you, right? Like,
what does that even mean?
I don't think anything special happens, right? I think the crits
I mean,
don't stack.
Beta did a rule where if you like roll 2 crits or something, you just coup de
Oh.
grace straight away.
Yeah, that was ages ago. Hey, yeah.
That was
What's
fucking
the
dope.
what's the total?
That was dope.
Yeah, somebody total.
Oh, hang
A
on
lot more than Keviak did last
39,
guy.
37. Jesus, that's like 72. And then it's 72, 82, 86. It's over 100 damage.
Okay, well, we'll call it at 100.
We'll call it a dead.
86, 105, I think it is, yeah.
105.
See, you should just let it go
Believe,
first last.
Yeah.
Adrastia, make a strength saving.
Oh
Ooh,
boy.
she's not meant for that.
No. Although I do actually have proficiency in strength saving throws.
Ooh.
You catch him.
I mean, she
Alright.
may not be like the strongest person you've ever seen, but I think Adrastia is well attuned to these stealthy murder missions.
I like to
She's done
think
this
that
before.
I like to think that the crossbow you made for her, as good as it was, it took her quite some time to get used to, and now she's got her eye in.
God damn it.
Yeah, hard to miss when you're trained at the fucking side of his head.
I mean, that visual, a dark elf walking up to a guy that's paralyzed and just unloading 3 shots into him with a repeating heavy crossbow.
Utterly brutal.
Yeah, that was overkill. I didn't even use my poison bolts.
Right, so that's the two in the the two in the tower handled, and then we had a small group in some courtyard close by, right? So now,
Yeah, I believe so.
okay, let's see what we can find up in the lab.
So you said there were voices coming from the lab, right?
There are. There are
Okay, so
actually.
we-
They are
right.
discussing something called the chain of command.
It's a chain I go and get and beat
The
you
cha-
with. Do you
hey,
remember
that's-
using written command?
That's Aldrich's weapon, the chain of command.
It is.
Is that Aldrich with us right now? In a
No,
big
Aldrich
token
is
thing?
Billy, the guy that he's not here anymore.
No, I mean the token that's next to mine.
That there.
Yeah.
That's
That's
Zevram.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, do you want to paste your art for Zevram in Discord, Sash?
Oh, the full thing? Yeah, I can
Yeah.
pass that.
He's a half dark elf, half human that's adopted like a Callum Shan style of clothing and stuff.
Fair enough.
So for this
I was
next
like,
room,
this person's not doing anything. Like, should I be seeing this person? Like, who is this?
That's such a good job.
Mm.
Was that a fat commish?
You can tell, can't you? The quality. It gives it away.
No, it's just that face.
It's good, hey, how cheeky. I love it.
Yeah, that's so cool.
I just said, make me look like Hiddleston from as Loki, you know.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
nice.
He's captured that nice one.
Yeah, actually, no, that's really well done. Holy shit. I'll be at that level soon, don't you worry. I'll be working on my illustrator skills.
Yeah, nice.
Alright, for this next room. So we're coming up to the lab, right, where I scribe the
correct.
Thayan and the... I think me and San should take the lead here, see if we can sneak up under the effects of this pass without trace. We may need to upcast a hold person, and I'll prepare hold monster in case the Illithid's here. And we'll try and lock everything down.
Alright.
So I'm thinking this time it'll be me and Sanj at the front, followed by Adrastia and the two dwarves.
Sounds good.
Line yourselves up here in the order that you want to be.
I'll probably bump that forward. So Anvil will be with Keviak, so we'll move it up to here.
Oh, wait. Am I going this way? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
the
that
two
way,
wizards are on
but
point.
Anvil, yeah, the two wizards are taking point on this because both of us are going to need to cast holding spells.
Okay.
So I've got the person, you've got the monster.
Ah, yeah, I see what's happening here. No dramas.
Because there's
Uh,
multiple people in this room. If there's more than one human, you might need to upcast hold person.
Yeah, no, yeah, I understand. That's cool.
All right. Do you want fresh stealth rolls?
First, I want to know what spells you've got going.
I've
Me and
got,
Sanj both have mage armor.
Mm-hmm. That's all.
There's the mage armor, there's the pass without a trace. That's it, yeah.
I might
Cool.
snapcast detect magic as we get closer to the lab because we've seen a Thayan. And if there's a Thayan, I'm cautious about glyphs or alarms.
I have 3 spells active right now, actually. I have Pass Without Trace, Protection from Poison, and Non-Detection, all active at the same time.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I've got detect magic and mage armor.
Everyone make their a fresh stealth roll. With all the modifiers that you're entitled to because of process.
So that's a 40.
I got a 16.
That's a 15.
All right, a 15, hey?
Don't do this to me, boss. No.
You got inspiration.
Oh, I do have inspiration. I could ruin it for the boys. Yeah, I'll just I'll
Sarge
reroll
only
that.
has 16.
I'll reroll that because I feel like stealth is more important. What's gonna happen later? There we go, 23. So
So the lowest is
Sanj
6.
Sanj got a 6.
Lowest.
You better reroll that, Sanj boy.
You reckon?
Nah, it's up to you, man. I don't really care.
Nah, I'm not doing it. 16.
I mean, I always forget that I can reroll. So...
God damn.
Well,
Thanks, Sanj.
I mean,
Intruder!
fuck. I got
There is a
such a
voice. Yeah.
I got such a good stealth roll.
You did. There is a voice coming from the doorway. You can't
You're putting me up.
nonetheless. Oh, sorry, because I keep pressing the freaking boom. I'll do that again. So someone you've alerted within this corridor. You can't see them, but you can hear them screaming in the infernal tongue. For those of you who can understand it,
Oh, they've got
intruder.
fucking imps.
Let's see. It's going to take a while. Here we go. All right, get this started. Keviak, someone has alerted the castle to your presence.
Fuck. How tall is the ceiling in here?
Conventional height, which I guess is about 8 or 9 feet tall.
Enough room for a dwarf to fly over the heads of his compatriots.
Difficult terrain.
Hang on.
Flying?
Fly again.
I think.
Alright, yeah.
Have you still got the boots?
I've got the helmet, which acts as boots.
Oh, nice. Yeah, okay. I forgot.
Oh, what a weapon! We can both fly around. Hectic.
flying
Yeah, that's why I
dwarves.
don't need them anymore. So it's difficult terrain if I move through them, and it's difficult terrain if I go over them.
That's right.
I guess just so as not to be an impediment to them, I guess he'll just fly over them.
All right.
So
Yeah.
10, 20, 30.
You kick a Drastia in the back of the head, but it doesn't hurt. It just sort of bumps it.
Oof.
Fuck you, bitch!
So much like all the drama. It's great.
So tempting to just fill him full of
And
bolts
he's
right
gonna
now.
double move, I suppose.
I mean, technically, if a dwarf flies around the corner and he's got crossbow bolts zipping after him, does that mean that everyone in the room will think he's a friendly?
Maybe. All right. Is that so? What do you do?
Yes.
That's the end of your move.
And then he's gonna rage.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. All right. The imp holds its action. Okay. Just before we move on. So where is it? There it is. You hear the sound of someone casting a spell. And, yeah. Make an Arcana check, those of you who are trained in the skill.
Is that me? Oh,
You
Hmm.
hear, you are sure that it was mirror image. Because mirror image goes, woot, 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 woot.
hectic. I didn't know this entire time. I was literally hearing little whoop.
You weren't listening close enough.
Oh fuck! All right, great.
But now you know. Handball.
As my bonus action, I will
Mic off.
I'll activate the Frost Rune, which increases my strength score by 2 for 10 minutes. So my strength becomes 22. And I
Mic
will
on.
actually wait, sorry, is it, do you know if the boots, if they cost like a bonus action or anything, or can I just do it?
I think it just gives you a flying speed.
Yeah, dope. Alright, I'm gonna use the boots and do the exact same thing. Yeah.
I
No
duck
worries.
this time.
It
I
hits
fly
Sanjay
like
instead.
a little lower. Try and get-
You managed to get a dress here, and
Oh fuck! Ow!
Fucking
Nah, I'll
dwarves.
avoid Sarge. He's a good guy. I like attempt to Superman like prone over him kind of thing as I go over Sarge.
perfect.
And I'll just get to like here, Lion Kevin.
All right, Sanj.
So I
It's
like,
flying dwarves fly over.
yeah, hearing that incantation from the other room, I kind of cock my eyebrow and I like look back at Adrastia, like look ahead, and then I also say woot 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 woot, and I cast mirror image. I cast mirror image, so three versions of Sanj pop up. We kind of like cluster in this little space, and I'll end my turn there.
All right. He makes an Arcana check to see if he recognizes.
Yeah.
Oh no, he does.
I recognize that spell.
Adrastia.
The way ahead is a bit congested right now, so I'm just
Well,
gonna.
it's just two wizards. The dwarves are both hugging the ceiling.
Still, I'll just hold my action to shoot anything hostile that enters the corridor. I have the sharpshooter feat, so any bonuses to cover that they would gain from my allies is negated.
All right. You can make Arcana checks again. Spell. It is a spell. You can make Arcana checks at disadvantage because it's a spell being cast in a way that's unfamiliar to you. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Well, hold on. It's never.
It's what?
Okay,
Sorry,
never mind.
sorry, you cut out a little bit there, Arctic.
I got. It's having issues.
Oh,
Wow, lol.
Whoops, line. Here we go. Red, green, green. Here we go. That's it. A wall of force suddenly appears, cutting you off from your prey. Lucius.
I'm going to tap my Crook of Liberty and cast Dispel Magic on the Wall of Force.
That's bullshit. All right, it works perfectly.
I need to
It
make
says it
a
can't be dispelled
Yeah, it
by
says it can't be
dispel
dispelled
magic.
by a dispel magic.
There you go.
Oh
Lol,
yeah, no, never mind then.
Thank you, people.
What you got, you boy?
Woot, woot.
Ah, I'm not wasting my disintegrate on that. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought you were casting it, and I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
Mhm.
This is a war of
Oh.
attrition now, is it?
I'll wait 10 minutes for that to go away unless someone disintegrates it.
Well, since they've already got a wall of force, I'm gonna move up there and I'm gonna have a peek and look what's around the corner.
All right, let's see what you can see. All right, you're looking into a room that is in a various scientific arcane activities are currently in process as we speak. You recognize a cloning machine, and you can see the face of this guy in the yeah, I better not do too many pings because it might chew up my CPU. Anyway, up here, you see a beholder, but the beholder is undergoing some kind of mutation, as if they're trying to create a better beholder, or maybe they're just trying to clone them. In any case, they're growing beholders up here, they're growing red wizards here, and this is some kind of device whose use can only be guessed at the moment.
Jackpot.
Huh. Let me just check the text for a spell.
Yeah.
See, I believe that hold person only requires me to see a target, and wall of force is invisible. Let me see. That you can see within range.
But doesn't the wall? Does the wall say things through? Extends
wall
to the
does-
physical
Nothing
plane.
can physically pass
The
through
wall
the
does not stop magic.
All right.
And I'm gonna cast at 3rd level, hold person, and I'm gonna use my portents to give him a 6 and him a 3.
All right.
So I'm gonna paralyze both of them, which means his concentration is gone because paralyze incapacitates.
All right. Either the priest or priestess of Bane, I can't remember which, freezes in place, as do all of the red wizards, because they're mirror image.
And the wall of force will be gone.
The wall of force is gone.
That
Why?
incapacitates, concentration's gone.
I don't think that
Doesn't. That's that. No. No.
Yeah, it does. Have a look at concentration. It says if they're incapacitated, concentration's gone.
But it doesn't say that they're incapacitated.
I think paralyzed means incapacitated. A
Yeah.
paralyzed
Paralyzed is
creature
like a
is
super.
incapacitated.
Yeah.
Paralyzed creatures are incapacitated,
Yeah.
Yep.
Can't move or speak.
and incapacitated creatures can't maintain concentration.
Concentration says that if a creature is incapacitated, concentration is gone.
All
Yeah.
right, the wall of force remains.
Nice.
Because
Nice.
it wasn't cast conventionally, but we knew that.
Ah! It was that fucking thing.
Nice. Just use your disintegrate spell. Let's get this over with.
No, I've already missed my turn.
So they get. Oh,
Wait
I haven't made
for-
the saving throw. Sorry, I forgot to make that save.
No, I used my
Oh,
portents.
your portents. Of course you did. Yeah, of course you did. Yeah.
So they're both paralyzed.
All right.
Forever.
Just reading something here. Sorry.
Oh, cool. Me too. So that's good.
Let's all read.
I think of a pretty cool maneuver if you have the relevant spell prepared, but I'm not gonna share the specifics. I'll share after, unless you think of it first.
Sure.
Spellcasting Mind Flayer is worst case scenario. Fuck.
I'm just gonna dash up to there. Just so I have this prepared for next turn.
Yeah.
Sorry, phone's ringing.
No worries, man. No problems. Should we move on? What do you think?
I think he said he was dashing up, so I'm going to assume he's going to like Steel Wind Strike on his next turn, but that's his next turn.
I'm pretty sure he said he's casting Disintegrate for the boys.
He can't.
He can try.
It sounds like we're leaving. We're...
He was dashing anyway, so that's his turn.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I just had a question with Steel Wind Strike.
Oh,
Because
right.
the spell specifically says you vanish and then strike like the wind. Would I be counted as a physical creature at that point?
It's a teleport. It's just like Misty Step or something.
Okay. Alright.
The main issue is that Wall of Force is going to block the Barbarian and the Fighter, which...
Yeah.
I have an idea.
Dimension Doorway!
I do have several spells which can probably deal with getting past it.
Oh yeah, either way, that priest is about to make a wisdom saving throw, and as they're a priest, there's a pretty good chance they'll make it, and that's not a good thing.
Alright, come on. Battle Priest. Let's see. Interesting. Wisdom saving throw is not as high as I thought it might be.
Yeah, no, DC is 17.
All right. So she is still I believe. It's an old wretched with a long nose and a hunched back, a leather cap that but is wearing a black gauntlet of bane.
Wait. If they're cloning that Thayan, does that mean that's the original body of the fucker that killed my Orbit?
Could very well be.
Wait, Orbit died?
Orbit got fireballed, man.
By that fucker in there.
Nah, he's gone down, man. Orbit was a dude. I mean, I'm pretty sure he was like all depressed and shit when I was there, but
Yeah, you remember the Orbit correctly.
I was like, you just had to say his name, and I was just, oh shit.
Yeah, sure of it.
Because, I mean,
Alright.
theoretically, there'd be so many problems with cloning a clone, right? I'm assuming such. Either way, that fucker's gonna die.
Seeing that foul sorceries have stifled him, Keviak is going to turn to. While all these wizards are like, oh no, we're trapped by this wall of force, Keviak's going to attempt his own solution. This wall next to him.
Yeah.
How sturdy does it look?
Pretty strong. Pretty strong.
Well,
It's made
he's
of
got
stone.
adamantine.
Yeah.
So he's gonna take his crack and hacking his way through it.
All right.
Oh my god. I mean,
They both hit.
Auto crits because it's an object.
Yeah. How much damage?
Let's see, 11 plus 14 plus 10.
29.
Yep, 29 damage.
Oh, you've smashed like a one for you to fit through, so you can see through it. But it's kind of like a here's Johnny.
He sticks his face through it and says, I'm coming for you, motherfucker!
That much again, and it'll surely collapse.
the homunculus is going to sit on my shoulder for now. It can't go on. Actually, I don't have any portents left. That'd be really risky, and it's my way out. No, it'll buy time. I'm going to have the homunculus fly through the hole that Keviak just opened up.
All right, it can fit through.
It has 40 feet, so it'll take 10 to get to there. Oh, it can make it. It's gonna try and bite the Mind Flayer.
Oh, really? Yeah, right, sure.
Oh wait, did you actually tunnel the whole way through?
It's only like a little hole.
Oh, okay.
Have I
Yeah.
used my inspiration today?
No,
I don't think so. No.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that's used it. Thanks,
No, I'm not. I'm
Sanj.
not going to use my inspiration on that. I'm assuming a 15 does not hit.
Let's have a look. He is wearing a breastplate, and that will be just barely enough to get through his defenses. Yes, you hit.
So he has to make a Constitution saving throw. That one. Yeah! Oh my god!
You're going to love the next bit just as much because you feel a buzz. The move is at the end.
Well, he's unconscious for 1d10 minutes. So I'll roll a 1d10. He's unconscious for 4 minutes.
All right.
Oh, and these
what
dudes are paralyzed. Yes, let's get them, boys.
That's the end of your round, right?
Yeah, that's the end of the round.
You feel something buzzing around your.
Is the fucking imp gonna bite me in the same way that my homunculus bit him?
Probably.
Exactly right. Before you can work out what it is, the imp attacks with advantage.
So I have mage armor, so my AC is 15.
Oh, I rolled a 23. It's on GM. I'll take it off.
20, yeah, it'll hit me.
Yeah. 23 and
Good
21.
night, sweet prince.
7 damage, 7 poison, DC 13.
So
Constitution.
7. Alright. Oh
boy.
Wow.
Alright, so you only take half the poison damage.
And
Yep.
I'm gonna use my inspiration on the, because that's a concentration check.
Yep.
Alright, yeah.
Alright, and you maintain it. So, 7 piercing, 3 poison, and you maintain your spell, and the imp is visible.
Sorry, is the wall of force gone now?
It sure is.
Oh, shitty titty.
So at the end of his turn, he makes another wisdom saving throw, DC 17.
Excellent.
Come on, fail, yeah!
Not bad. And well, the way is open, but it's still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, hang on, I just gotta suss my runes again.
Yeah.
I have the ill hog. So I've used Ild already, I believe. Or is they already? I can't remember which one. Man, this is so hard. There's so much reading. This game sucks.
Lucius looks like he's about to scream at you to fucking kill something already.
I'm just gonna fly over the what's it called? The imp.
Yeah, you can go through its space.
Yeah, I'll like probably end up there and then give it a few swishies.
Oh yeah.
I assume they all hit.
Oh, that's a pretty fair assumption.
Yeah, nice. Did I click it? There we go.
Oh yeah, and that puts him at negative 19.
Sick. And I'll be. And then I'll be like, let's get them, boys. Oh, you can add an extra 3 damage to that as well, because I forgot that my strength is 22.
Negative 22 as you send him back to hell.
Yeah, that idiot. And that is my turn. Oh, wait, if I have any more moves, which I don't think I do. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, no, that's all I can do.
Fun. You can see a small hole
Yeah,
that Kepiak is opening.
I'm gonna move over to Keviak's work and try to peer through it. Would I happen to have a line of sight, like along this line?
It's a perfect line of sight.
Excellent. Then what I'm gonna do is I pull out some like a clear vial of water, and I empty the water into my hands, and then like begin muttering the incantation for the spell, and then clap my hands together twice. And I'm gonna summon a water elemental, right here.
Alright.
Wow, you're gonna drown some people?
Well,
Whelm, whatever it's called.
yeah, that's it.
I'm gonna have to import it.
I don't know. Do players have the ability to drag monsters from the
Compendium? Nah.
Yeah. No. Okay.
Nah. I'm so fucking hyped right now that actually worked.
Yeah.
The homunculus has never knocked anything out without me using my portents because it has a really low attack roll, and then they need to fail by 5 or more on a DC
Yeah.
10 save. So I'm just like, fuck yeah.
You treat that fellow to a dragon steak once we get back to the manor,
Yeah.
because he's a good
Uh,
boy.
Not to mention Keviak's getting a pat in the back for opening that hole in the wall.
Sometimes blind anger can enlighten all.
It is the answer.
Do you want the water elemental to act on its own initiative? I think it does. So I can roll that for it now. Cool. Awesome. And that is my turn.
It's
The
he's
mind.
just
Ooh. So what?
unconscious.
He's unconscious because if he was paralyzed, I would. He
You
doesn't
cut out
need
there?
to. If he was paralyzed, I would teleport him away instantly. He won't need spells. He doesn't need sound. He can psionically teleport with
Yeah,
will.
but he's because the poison knocks him unconscious. It's like drow poison.
And if he's unconscious, he has no such option.
Yeah.
Adrastia.
If we attack him, does he wake up?
Nope. He's out cold for 4 minutes.
Holy shit.
It's
Imagine that happened
really
to
hard.
Oh,
Yeah, if it had happened to me, then he'd be awake. Oh, actually, no, he wouldn't, but the other two would both be awake.
The way is closed.
Really awkward position I'm in. Let's see.
You shall not pass.
I think I have enough movement to get through there. 10.
I'm flying as well, so
20.
if you want to get
30.
kicked again, you're welcome to go through.
As is Keviak, technically.
Right,
He bags
you've
you as you run underneath.
You've consumed my token. I have to move yours out of the way.
Apologies.
Use my bonus action, which will get me here with 60 feet of movement.
It was all the teabagging.
Alright, so I think the Mind Flayer is prone behind that thing, so I probably can't
Yeah.
see him.
Correct.
But the other two are still standing, so I
That's
guess
right.
I'll shoot. I'll shoot the wizard. Oh, when you hit somebody with no, I won't ask. I'll ask later.
It's advantage, but it's not crit because you're not within 5 feet.
Yeah.
No.
Nice. Alright, so I'll move my hunter's mark onto the wizard and start blasting.
So anyway, I started blasting.
It was effective.
30.
Alright, into the wizard, right?
Fucking
Yeah.
rangers.
Let's see, this poor gentleman. Defenseless, staying.
I don't think I have advantage. I'm not sure how much light there is around here. Although he is paralyzed, right? So I should have advantage anyway. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you have advantage, but like I said, it's not criticals.
Alright, well, I'll just roll that attack again then. That's maybe his?
I think it's gonna. It's you've got to do your thing. I'll show the mirror spell so you understand.
Oh, right, yeah, of course, he has a mirror image active. I've
He
completely
does.
forgot. So I have
I
to
It's not
roll.
a-
you.
It's
you
not a
roll the
concentration spell.
dice.
Yeah, no,
Marcus.
it's not. So it's like there's 4 of him standing static, but there's still 4 of him, and you don't know which is which.
Yeah, you can roll it. Yeah, Adrastia. So on a 6 or higher, it's the wrong one with the first attack. So it's the wrong one. Okay. The second one will miss, so it doesn't matter. And
The
Does it
duplicates
matter?
have a different AC to the main guy. The
Right.
duplicates only have 10 plus dex.
So 13.
Yeah, so the
Which is a
second
hit.
one would hit, but
If it's the right one.
well, yeah, if it's a duplicate, it'll hit a duplicate. If it's him, if he has
It'll
AC higher
miss.
than 13, yeah.
So yeah. So yeah, you hit. It hits him, doesn't hurt him. The duplicate is not high.
Alright. I'll grumble in annoyance as I shoot 2 wizards and they just fizzle out of existence. And that'll
You
be
shot,
my
yeah,
turn.
one fizzled, the other one just didn't hurt. Yeah, Lucius.
All right. I'm going to enter the room. I'm going to start approaching this guy over here. He killed my familiar. I want my face to be the last thing he sees. Do I disintegrate him now?
Yes, mirror image, so you don't want to zap one of his clones.
Oh, it's a dex save, so it'd hit him.
Alright, okay.
Well, he'd automatically fail because he's paralyzed.
Yeah, he would.
There's no better time.
Even if it's not going to finish him off, I'm going to fucking hit him with it because it's going to hurt like a bitch.
Minor illusion orbit as well, just so he knows who sent him.
So,
Killing my familiar, you son of a bitch. And I'm going to disintegrate him, but I'm going to I'm not expecting this to kill him, so it's
But I'm gonna do it
not
slowly.
lethal. I'm going to shoot it into his arm or something.
say that again. You're gonna do a non-lethal disintegrate.
No, he hasn't taken damage yet, so if this doesn't kill him outright, I mean, if that's more than his total hit points, he's dead. But if it doesn't kill him outright, I'm gonna zap him in the shoulder or something with it.
Okay, he's dead.
Okay, he's dead.
A pile of red ash.
It's for all
Disintegrate
bits.
just leaves no body, yeah? It's just dust.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, it turns him into
Although
a pile of
any
ashes.
magical items he may have had remain.
Yeah.
Ah, does anything hit? Anything fall onto the ground?
Nothing, incidentally. Nothing at all.
Well, that's bullshit.
Because it wasn't the real
I mean, in a laboratory like this, his magic items or spellbook could be anywhere.
Assuming that was the real one.
Assuming it was the real one. Hang on,
I like how disintegrate
is-
is like the BM of wizard spells.
I completely missed over something that you mentioned previously. There's another cloning vat in this room.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's him. It's El Rabe in the vat.
I want to say something, but I'll say it after the combat because there's no time to do it in the fight.
All right. Zevram.
Striding forward. See if I can make it. Can I go diagonal here? Through it.
Yeah, through your ally, yeah.
I'm flying as well, so it's all.
I will twirl past Anvil, step on my tippy toes as I flick my finger against my sword and make a twing sound, and then do another pirouette as I stab down my sword onto this bagman.
Oh my! Zevrum's like pirouetting and springing around, approaching this guy that is just completely paralyzed.
Absolutely.
So what I'm doing is I'm banishing smiting on my blade before I.
Nasty.
Oh, this is going to
Abjuration.
be brutal. Because this is a crit, right? Because she's fucking paralyzed.
Yep. Oh my
Oh.
god.
Oh
Did
boy.
I set up banishing smite? No, I didn't. I'll just change.
So he has to roll the damage from the sword again, and then he has to roll 10d10 damage.
Yeah, jeez.
Man, paralyzed. Sucks to suck.
It's at 46, 55,
Man, shit rolls.
55, 70, no, 67 in total.
67.
Believe so. What's that?
Instant death.
46
He
force,
actually-
55, yeah, 67.
He actually has an armor class of 20, but paralyzed shield. And so he drops his Nightbringer, his sacred Bainite symbol of office, his magical mace to the ground with a clang.
Magical mace, you say?
Indeed.
Hmm. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, we collect Nightbringers. They're like
Yeah,
we,
they're the ones that cast blindness, is that right?
that's them. That's them.
Yeah, they're pretty good paperweights.
All right, so they are killed. Because that was the intention, right? Well, I guess that obviously, but the priest as well. You have no saving their life, interrogating them. This is death.
Well, I mean, we could take them with us through the arcane gate and ask them what the fuck's going on and where the fuck my parents are. But
You need to decide instantly, really.
Zevrum, yes or no?
it's up to Zev, yeah. No, that's okay. Please don't take any of what I just said into like my just unbiased make the decision.
So you're deciding whether to keep these guys alive or not?
No, you are in this very instant.
One
The
of them is already
priest.
graded. Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
kill for the sake of killing, so I wouldn't be killing them.
Well, fuck the Mind Flayer.
Yeah, the mind flayer is a different story, but the priest that Zevram just attacked is what is what's in question.
No, in that case.
Oh,
I'm
in terms
not.
of like insta killing.
Yeah,
Okay,
my
okay.
intention wasn't to outright kill them. It was to remove them from the fight.
Alright, that's that.
So they're unconscious and disappeared
Yeah.
for a minute.
And it looks like they are dying of their
Yeah, they probably
at
died.
a very rapid rate. Will anyone intervene in
Well,
their
they're
death?
they're in a demiplane.
I thought it would just. I didn't realize that was what killed them. If it reduces the 50 points of his fuel, are they banished? Okay, so it doesn't. Yeah, I meant that didn't happen, but I didn't really read it. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it's on the demiplane.
So it's just
and
incapacitated.
She-
I
yeah,
don't
she-
know.
She either bleeds out or she doesn't. Okay, after a minute, the body doesn't return.
so a minute's gone by.
The banishment is over, and the corpse, or one way or another, whether she's well, it's a he. I keep saying she because hunchback and a leather skull cap. At the end of the minute, when his body should return, it does not.
Ooh.
Alright, quickly before this thing wakes up, Caveat,
Oh yeah,
can you make
I definitely didn't wait.
Wait,
a minute.
wait,
I'm killing this guy.
clean cut across the throat, alright? These things are very valuable if we can get it in one piece. Alright?
Deviac,
Clean decapitation. Do not damage the goods.
I
Why is
mean,
everything about harvesting with you?
I'll get my hand axe, I guess.
First of all, Kiviak finishes bursting through the wall just because he's a man who finishes what he starts.
I will bid the water elemental to guard the now 2 entrances into this room and have it stand kind of around here. Right. Okay. Out of character, I actually kind of have to go. I'm really sorry, guys. I've got work like within the next kind of 20 minutes, so I gotta bounce.
See you
I've
soon.
got a move.
I think
Yeah.
we're at the
See
end
you,
of this session now, anyway.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, cool. Sorry, I would stick around for the actual end, but yeah, I gotta bounce. I'll catch you later. Thanks for today, and I'll chat to you all
See you,
soon.
man.